everyone, welcome to the Cursed Ones. We're call out post for Ro. Why doesn't that motherfucker know where the post button is on Instagram? It is right there.
They know now.
They know now. It's in the middle.
What do you mean the story button?
What? They find the What? Welcome to the Cursed Ones.
What is bro doing?
What is Ro doing? Welcome to the Cursed Ones, where we are baffled at the inadequacy of our players who are on an online web show that they don't know how to use the fucking internet. Just the basic functions of the interwebs on our internet live show. Fantastic, amazing job, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Ethan in chat says bear. Bear. So, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves and jump into today's one-shot, because of course, once again, I have trapped someone in a dungeon on their own until they can escape the depths of a one-shot. And today, Cece is back in the chair, chained to the wall by
It might go better this time than the last time we had one-shot, one-on-one. That time I just died. This time, who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? It could be better.
Arguably, the stakes are worse.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Apologies for everyone who I just blasted with the music I turned on. It should be back at a reasonable volume now, but I'm sorry for jump scaring you guys. Let's turn this one on instead. And yeah, we'll introduce ourselves and jump into things. For these little one-on-one sessions, we usually don't do too fancy of introductions, but yeah, I'm Dean, I'm the Dungeon Master, I play everyone else, and I run this shit show. Do I have any comments I want to add? Who do you, chat, think would win in a fight? Jaguars or dolphins? There is a correct answer. And Cece.
Hi, I'm Cece. I play Callista, or Callie, as we'll be calling her. I know the answer, but I want to see what chat says, so...
Ethan says bear, Matt
vote
says
now on
me.
your phones.
So the votes are in. No one has given an answer that is relevant to the situation, but you know what? I do think bear wins.
Fair enough.
Because it's bear time. So, without further ado, where we last left Callie off, it was in the depths of her homeland, Sepulturnum, that has since turned to ruin after the Great Fall that was brought on upon by both Genesis and the ever-so-notorious Sepulturnum Cleanerbot, also known as Unknown. After the fall of this great island, many people were left scattered across the world, and many more were left dead. Callista Faraday, one of them. After these corpses were scavenged, they were turned into starspawn, of which Callie was one of these corpses. But, due to the magical intervention of one Veldrin Volar, Callie has returned. And right in time for the party to return to her broken homeland. After the party had first made footfall onto this shattered ground, you guys had found yourselves going through the tunnels and trying to track down Lens, the Mad Wolf. In the process, you guys met up with two people, Merrick and Anri, and these two have a bit of a troubling dynamic, per se. And due to the fact that the party kind of needs Merrick for their plan right now, and Anri's a little bit of a fucking mess, Callie volunteered to stay behind and make sure that Anri is okay for the time being, while everyone else goes off and does the dirty work of fighting. What can go wrong, is the question. So, where we last left Callie off, Callie was in the caves, taking care of little Anri. So, without further ado, are you ready to jump into this one-shot? Is your internet okay?
I think it's okay, I hope okay. My ping is kind of fucked up, but I can at least... You're coming in fine.
Okay, it might be my internet that's
Am I really delayed?
Up. No, it's just occasionally you're fucking up just a little bit, and that might be my end, honestly, which is... annoying. Stream, let me know.
My ping is weird. The Discord is saying that. And so you're coming in fine? I can, like, you're not lagging at all? It's probably on my end.
Yeah,
Weird.
okay, because Discord
my apologies,
says, no, all is well, all is well. I just thought I'd ask, in case there's a bunch of men watching football in the other room that you could, like, kill or something. Many such cases of that
There's
occurring.
not, I fear.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you can hear me perfectly, that's
yes,
okay.
I am ready.
Okay, cool. There's a bit of a latency issue, but we'll make it work. It'll be fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That seems like there is. Don't... Yeah.
Do you need to, like, restart your computer? It's getting worse.
I don't think that would... Okay, yeah, because every time I say something, it takes you a long time to respond, which isn't good. Let me try this. I don't know if this will help me.
Okay. Depend on me for tech issues, that's okay. I'm depending on the air and my abilities. Cece's fucking dead. Allow me to read some things that are being said in the Discord. Hello, cursed ones. Welcome to the everyone. The post. You choose post in order to make a post. Good information from Ethan. Hello.
It did not help me.
Oh no.
What I did not.
Oh god. Oh, it's fucking over.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's
I'm just
fine.
gonna put on my hotspot. This sucks. It's not good.
Oh, if I
have a hotspot, I'm gonna use it.
If I had a nickel for every time in the last 2 sessions that someone had to go on the hotspot on their phone to deal with internet issues, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but weird that it's happened twice.
Yeah.
One of you at least had the...
I hope this will help. It should...
Hopefully.
Benefit me. Come on. Okay.
Hold the line. Hold the line. We will get our bear.
Hello?
Hello?
Is it working?
I mean, you're frozen right now, but I hear you. Oh. It's always good when Discord shows...
Is it working?
Oh, hello. I hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay. I'm on the hotspot. I don't know if it helps me at all.
Oh, no.
This is terrible. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I mean, the hotspot's coming in fine right now.
Okay. Okay. Weird. I think it's fine.
Power of the hotspot?
I think it's fine.
Yeah, that looks a lot better. It looks a lot smoother. Okay.
Okay.
So.
Okay, good.
With the internet killed, I think we can begin. Can we begin? Are we ready to begin? All right.
I'm ready to begin.
Let's jump into our one-shot today. So, you've still, I think, not fully had time to process just how much the world has changed since you've been dead. A century of lost time, a world-shattering war, corrupt gods and corrupt men. Despite how you felt your own mind age, you were, what, in your 40s when it all came crumbling down? Far too young. But grieving your childhood, is there time for you to do that? The people around you, hell, even the children themselves have already lost too much. You're in a sudden world where concepts like kind, innocent childhood feels impossible. And it doesn't feel right to think about your own. You're an adult now, with adult problems in a far too adult world. You're no longer in school with the boy that barely went up to your waist and had a backpack far too big for him to be waddling around with. Getting your graviturgy homework in isn't the end of the world anymore. You know the basics of Elven Age translation? What Anri is now equates to about what you were when 700 pounds of white-hot metal crushed your mind and sent your body to the stars. The young girl is flipping with her knife, staring you down in a measured gaze, making sense of you, reading you as if she's trying to find the best way to stab at not just your flesh, but your mind. It's not from a cruelty, from what you can tell, but rather just the sheer instincts of survival. So why are you a bear?
Well, it's a bit of a long story. Not entirely sure why it came through into this form, but when I was alive, I was a wizard, and I went to school with Gideon, and I was a bit of a target of pranks and things. I sort of brought it on myself, but I was a polymorphed, I suppose you'd call it, into bear. And I did not like it. I didn't, it frightened me quite a lot. But it's when Sepulturnum fell, I survived as long as I did because they didn't realize I was an elf. Just thought I was an animal. And it came through, I suppose. Not sure why, but...
Yeah. Weird. So...
Yeah.
Someone just pranked you? Must be pretty gullible to get turned into a bear from just a prank.
Well, I was pretty gullible.
Hmm.
It's not that I didn't bring it on myself in some form, but I was outclassed in the magical department by most of the other students, and so you know, you're busy doing one thing. Next thing you know, you're there, and you look at yourself in the mirror, and you go, ah, and it was funny, but yeah.
Kind of just leans back a little. You've noticed that she's actually lowered her knife a little bit more, just kind of listening to you talk. You get the sense that it's less of the fact that she's gotten more comfortable around you, but more that she's thinking of you as less of a threat right now. Perhaps due to the willful admittance of incompetence that you perhaps once had.
Yeah, and I think Callie notices that, and I mean, she doesn't want to be a threat. She doesn't want Anri to see her as a threat, and so that's absolutely, like, that, that's part of the, she's fine with that. That's good in her mind.
So, how do you draw? That purple-haired girl told me I need to draw something for her when they all come back.
Oh.
I don't know what a drawing is, so I don't know. She clearly wants me to do something. Do you know what a drawing is?
I do. Do we have stuff to draw with?
No way. No absolute way. Lily clearly just gave a task of draw a picture, and this girl has no fucking clue what Lily means by that.
Okay. Traditionally, drawings are done with parchment and maybe charcoal or writing supplies of some form, ink and quill. I don't think we have any of those, but we have a wall, and drawing is, well, it's the practice of just trying to depict a picture with two-dimensional lines on a surface, and it can be fun. Most of the drawing I did was trying to replicate sigils when I was in class, and I was not good at it. But there's some people like abstract art that doesn't actually really look like what you're trying to depict.
Cool. Yeah. Abstract art. Sigils. Cool. So, you just... What? What do you use? Like...
Yeah. We don't really have anything at the moment, but, I guess what she's trying to do is just with one of her, bear talons, she just, waddles up to the wall and just, she's gonna, try to, scratch a line into it and see if it's visible.
Yeah, a little bit. It's, barely visible against kind of the stone-ish wall. You get the sense that it'll fade after a little bit. It's kind of just like that slight, white streak and such that scratching onto stone does.
That's not very visible.
Immediately next to you, you see a rush of movement, and she just, slams her knife into the wall and just goes, bam! Drawing! She actually throws her knife up and slaps her leg instead of actually clapping, because she doesn't have a second arm.
There's a lot of people who would see this and think this is really thought-provoking.
Well, they're probably pretty stupid. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So this is...
Callie just giggles. She's just I imagine she just kind of the Gideon beard stroking motion. She just kind of circles around the knife a little bit. It's yeah, this is good.
Why are you doing that? You're acting like that weird scruffy wizard.
He is weird, isn't he?
Yeah, well, apparently he's sick. Like my dad.
Sick how? Like,
He said that he thinks that the Deverim would have an audience with him because she'd see that he's sick with something.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, he said it to me in
Oh.
private. No wonder you didn't know, because it was a private conversation that you're not supposed to eavesdrop in. So I'm happy you didn't.
I did not eavesdrop.
Good.
Well, I hope that plan works for him.
I
don't know.
I don't think I want it to. I don't want him to get kidnapped by the Deverim, like, with my... I told him that he was stupid. That he had to get his brain taken out. That's what she does. She's... That wizard man is stupid.
Yeah. People do, they tend to do a lot of stupid things when they feel like they don't have other options. And if he saw it as his, maybe only or best option, then he might know something we don't, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it's not at least a little stupid either.
Yeah, well, he totes around like he knows everything, and then immediately walks into the thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
He just... He reminds me of when my dad was starting to slip.
Yeah.
But it's fine. He's told me that it's not my job to take care, I guess. So now I'm here drawing stupid pictures for stupid people. She slams her knife into the wall again.
Yeah. It's frustrating. Yes. Gideon is... I mean, I can tell you this, even when I was a little girl and he was an even littler boy, he's just... Well, he was troubled from the start, but he was full of so many thoughts. He was more intelligent than his little body could handle, sometimes it seemed like. And it's not always good for your health to be full of that much. But it's not easy.
So he was
and I know
insane?
It's not easy for him.
She gives you a genuine look like she doesn't know the meaning, like, fully of what she just implied.
Maybe. But it's an insane world, too. We all do our best to rationalize what's around us. What's saying to us might not saying to him, and I try to trust that he knows what he's doing, but I just, I don't want him to be doing it alone either.
Well.
Yeah.
Yes, that's weird wizard guy.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna get killed. She kind of just sits down and just puts the knife down and kind of sits cross-legged for a second and just goes, I think either that or he's gonna end up like my dad.
Yeah.
Just fucked up. Alright, do we need to draw more than this, or Is this thought-provoking enough for Lily?
I think she'll like it.
Good.
But,
then
yeah.
what other things are we supposed to do? I think we should just go after them, honestly. But you're gonna say no. I know. My dad's gonna be mad.
I'm not saying that.
You're not?
No. Obviously, I certainly hope he does not die. That's pretty much explicitly the this is going to sound a bit righteous, maybe. I don't mean it to come off that way, but when I died the first time, I was never really good at anything much, and I took it as very much a thing of pride that protecting him was the one thing I did with my life. And now I'm back, and he's in danger again. And I want to keep... It's what I feel like I'm here for. And so I of course want to make sure you're safe as well, and I don't want your father to be upset. But it is frustrating to just sit around. I know he'd be frustrated to just be sitting around. That's been most of his problem the whole past, well, few hours, frankly. And so maybe there is something we can do. I'm not entirely sure what, but
well,
maybe so.
People are really stubborn, and they think that they can just protect themselves all the time. You know?
Yeah. A lot of the time, people see it as well, he's been through a lot, Gideon, and he hasn't had anyone protecting him in about, probably 100 years. So I don't blame him for thinking that. But still, I want to try.
And what if he just really did come back for no reason? What if he goes out there and dies and you did literally nothing to stop it?
That would not be good.
Yeah,
that would not be good at all, Anri.
By the looks of things, you're not in any position to protect him like you want to right now, are ya?
No, not really.
Just saying. I don't think they're ready for the wolf.
Well...
Before you can even begin to decide, potentially, if you're going to be swayed by Anri's little argument to start heading towards the door, kind of look out and you listen in, perhaps trying to hear in the distance if there is sounds of struggle far off, if there really is something that you need to rush and help with. And you hear something nearby, down the hall. Hello? You see Anri immediately stiffen as she stands up and grabs her knife again and just... I have a snare in the door, by the way. If they're small enough, their head will just get off, so we'll be fine.
Okay. Is there anything Callie can roll here to see, like, are children to be trusted in Septurnum?
Roll to see if fuck them kids. I'll have you roll insight?
I can do that.
Yeah, sure. Are you gonna insight just like the voice you're hearing in the hall?
She's inciting, yeah, the voice she's hearing, and if, like, historically speaking, if there is just a random child in Septurnum, is that to be trusted? Because the answer is most likely no, I would assume. I got a 28 for insight.
28 for insight. I mean, you get the sense that Anri is a bit of a special case, just in the sense that, from what you can tell, she's not an elf. Whatever happened to bring Merrick upon Septurnum's shore, she must have been brought along with. So she clearly wasn't there for the fall, or anything like that. There's no reason for her to be as corrupted as the elves who have been here for 100+ years. They're like the closest to humanoid you've been able to see out of all of the creatures in this land so far, so just a kid's voice? It feels like you're seeing two exceptions to a rule at once, and that feels like it shouldn't just logically, statistically be occurring.
Yeah. I imagine Callie just, like, the bear mask just, like, squints very, like, just, like, the very narrow eyes.
The light kind of just, like, closes in a little bit and narrows into two little slits. Like I said, there's a snare.
We should try hiding.
But
yes, but let's make sure this now works. Let's watch it work.
Oh, I'd love to watch it work. And yeah, she's gonna go. She's gonna roll stealth.
Yeah, Callie's gonna stealth check too. I have advantage on this, which is good because that was a natural 1. Now it's a 28.
A 28. Oh my god, my mouse is gone.
Let me. I'll give guidance to Anri on this too.
Yeah, absolutely. She will absolutely take a guidance. So that was a 28 from you, and that was a with the guidance. That is a 23 from Anri.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So basically, you guys both just immediately dip off into different sides of the room, like there's a number of jagged rocks and peaks and parts that you can kind of slither under or just make yourself like relatively obscured in, while still having a peek hole into the hallway before you. You can kind of see as you like gently kind of pull and paw Anri off to the side with you that she's genuinely watching with a giddy glee, with like a kind of curling devilish Cheshire smile starting to crawl up her face and a little bit of a tongue like starting to paw at her lips as she's It's literally just like a predator waiting for something to step into the snare. And you see that kind of faint red line that trails off into the hallway and makes a small loop. And see a shadow stumbling towards it. You have to look way down to see her as she's bobbling forward. A little tiefling girl, minty green skin, cloudy teal hair with round cheeks and piercing hot pink eyes. Her head is slightly cocked to the side, and she kind of bends down, immediately right in front of the snare. Grabs a little rock from the wall, tosses the rock inside the snare, which is and pulled up to the ceiling. And then, as if this kid didn't just make an incredibly high-caliber deduction on how a trap works, she stands right up and walks into the room and starts looking around. A small, doll-like lull. You see a hand with a knife raising. Do we kill it?
I don't know. This is me checking my spell list to see if Callie has message. She doesn't.
Shoot that baby! If Anri looks about the age that you were when the fall happens, this kid looks a bit closer to Gideon's age during it. There's kind of a ripe scar and bruising over one half of her skull that looks uncomfortably fresh and untreated. She's in relatively tattered clothing that looks pretty damn messy. There is signs of survival, like things have been rummaged through down here. It's not that she's pristine and clean.
Yeah. I can. This is a DM question. Some of the things when Callie talked to Gideon were glossed over, and so I'm not sure if it's canon whether or not she knows. Does she know about the tiefling girl being Zabalba?
I don't think Gideon got to that. I think Gideon mostly just talked about Zabalba. Because Gideon here's the thing, Gideon doesn't even fully know that Zabalba has taken Malenko's body. Because the party didn't explain that to Gideon.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Alright. With that in mind, then, I think that, she's probably gonna, like, just gesture to Anri to, like, stay hidden, and she's gonna just, like, poke her head out and just be like, hello, what are you doing in here?
Hi.
Hello.
I'm looking for my dad.
Who's your dad?
He should be down here. We have been looking around for him. He's my daddy.
Okay. Could you give a description of your daddy?
He's tall. He has purple skin. He has cloudy hair and little antlers.
Doesn't strike me as familiar. Are you just heading this way, or?
I'm looking and I heard voices and I think it was you, right?
It was my voice, yeah.
Okay. So I thought I'd come try and find voices because I can't find my dad. And I couldn't find anyone.
That's a fair description. I don't think I've seen your dad, and I'm not sure if I can help you, but, tunnels do continue that way.
I'm a little scared. Can I have a hug?
I imagine just like she goes back behind the wall a little bit and just like side eyes Anri like so intensely, like
You actually see that Anri has softened a lot.
Well, if she has a dad, we should try and get her back to her dad.
Okay. And in that case, I think Callie will be like, alright, I should just warn you, I'm quite big. I might look a little scary to you, but, if you want a hug, I can give you a hug. Otherwise, I'll stay a fair distance so that you don't have to be scared of me. And she'll just kind of
little grabby hands towards you.
Okay, if you're sure. And just like one more kind of nervous look at Anri, and she'll just like she waddles over and just like, where are the horns positioned? Because I want to say that she like gives her a little pat on the head, but
yeah, they're like there's enough room to give her a little pat.
Yeah, little pat on the head.
There's a little bit of like a. You almost get like there's a weird like. As you pat down against the cloud hair, where there is kind of that separation, you swear that your hands feel like a little lump on the head, like kind of a small bolus type thing. And the actual, like, the feeling of the head is less so skin and cloud, and it's a little bit more solid than what you were expecting texturally.
Well, I mean, she just chalks that up to, like, that you are a cloud, and it filled right in there, and she just, like, she just gives, like, it's kind of like a coworker hug, just, like, from, like, the side.
What's your name?
Right, you can call me Callie.
Callie?
What's yours?
I'm Alice.
Alice. Well, it's nice to meet you, Alice.
There's another girl named Alice down here.
Is that Anri, or
yeah, that's
or Monica
Anri.
saying that? Fuck. Okay.
She kind of raises an eyebrow.
It's quite a coincidence.
Yeah, but mine's spelled different.
Surprised you're aware of that, but okay. Well, would you like me to walk with you down the tunnel and look for your dad?
No. I think you're in a good spot right here.
Okay.
As...
Oh,
internet.
go ahead.
Oh, I think you're back. There we go.
Are we good?
Yeah, I think... Give it a second. I think we're good.
It's fine.
Okay.
You're coming in fine, so.
Okay. As you're kind of like trying to parse just anything about this situation, there's obviously that weird off-putting sting in the back of your mind that doesn't even compare to the physical sting that then appears in your mind. You see her movements are deceptively quick. As you've given that weird coworker a side hug, she has kind of used your bent over frame, has stepped up onto your knee, and has wrapped around your actual head. And that's about when you feel a small click in the back of your head. And you start to feel compression, a tightness. Everything's starting to blur just slightly. You feel like it should be a little bit harder than that to pierce yourself with something physical, but in a weird way it doesn't feel like whatever's gotten in here is physical, but there's something in here. There has to be. You feel it in your mind writhing around and okay, wow, okay, the world's going around you. It's that blurry, dull feeling. You swear you felt it before, but last time it was accompanied with the last flashes of your life going before your eyes. No. Was it that? See? As you feel yourself dropping to a knee, you hear a small, hideous giggle echoing through your ears. It's nice to meet you, Callista. Right. The world is too cruel nowadays for the true innocence of childhood, isn't it? As you fall unconscious. For you, it didn't feel like all too long ago, really. The prospect of flashing back what is now over 100 years should feel like an endless topple backwards, when, in reality, it just feels like a few small steps. Your webbed hands tap idly against the long desk row, a quill rested next to you, and an open agenda and notebook with your curly handwriting on it. The paper of your book has become quite crinkled, with the number of times you've had it splashed by water at the docks by the other sea elves. Every time you flip a page, you see some stray eyes cast your way, so you've taken down to only jotting down a note when you really need one. Or, if you think he might. A jovial voice echoes out through the room. And all magic, of course, comes from the greater above. It is simply filtered through many different forms into the magic we can cast today. As such, the existence of wild magic is a result of one of these filters going haywire. But it is something that, with time, a skilled arcanist can learn to harness in an act called controlled chaos. But even without this, wild magic poses a relatively small risk. Given on average, it's a 1 in 20 chance of activation. Though that's still nothing to scoff at. That's why it's important to check in with your magic, and if you have any concerns, to discuss it with an adult. Now, last week we covered interdimensional dunamantic spaces. Let's talk wrist pocket, shall we? Your professor, Miss Duveth, is a tall high elf woman with a fascinatingly eccentric hairdo of cornflower blue hairs that loop around like a mix of crescent moons that have kind of been styled into classic flapper curls. She's always donned in classic wizarding attire, a massive hat with constellations on the interior, and a series of black and blue robes trimmed in small readings of the cosmos. She's gone perhaps too far, with many bits of chunky jewelry that hum like wind chimes when she moves, and her eyes have a kindness, but with a passion that seems a little bit unhinged. As she starts to prattle off on the specifics of this dunamantic incantation, you notice the shifting of red hair next to you. When you met Gideon at the main academy gate this morning, you could see a puffiness around his eyes, and a red flush over his face, and achingly tired eyes. And now, he's staring entirely off at nothing. You expect him to just be phased out of the lecture, but you can see an attentive gleam in his eye. Just not to anything in particular that you can tell from the place he casts his gaze to. Whatever it is, he's definitely off today.
Callie, she probably, like, she's careful not to, like, break his line of sight or anything, but she just kind of, like, glances over at him, kind of, like, tilts her head, and is, like, tries to look at where he's looking. I assume she doesn't see anything.
You definitely don't. Your eyes cast towards where he's, like, focused all his attention at this point, and you can't make out a single thing that's out of place. It's a little bit near the window, but it's not out the window, so it can't be anything out the window.
In this, then, I think she's, like... She just kind of, like, mentally makes a note that, like, you know, she's gonna stay here and make sure, like, he doesn't go anywhere. If he goes anywhere, she's gonna follow. Otherwise, she's, like, a little more attentive than she otherwise would be on this lesson, because we've heard of that wrist pocket a billion fucking times, that, like, okay, I'll pay attention, miss.
You loll your head over to the class and continue to pay attention to the lecture, just in time for her to clap her hands together. Well then, since you seem so eager to speak on the matter, Gideon Gibraltar! And he kind of, like, flinches up at hearing his name. Could you come to the front of the class and show us all how to cast the spell Wrist Pocket? Okay.
Callie, like, slides over the note and just, like...
Looks, I think Gideon looks over at the note. What did you slide him?
Well, fuck, I'm not actually a wizard, I don't know what she wrote down, but, like, whatever, like, I'm imagining there's some kind of, like, sigil, like, equivalent of Wrist Pocket that just,
definitely.
Like,
Definitely.
You know.
I think I want you to roll sleight of hand to subtly slide this note.
Yeah. I don't remember what her stats were at this time. I'm good at sleight of hand now.
You should. Do you still have that sheet?
I do.
Okay.
Callista... Callista GC, there she is. I think she was a little good at sleight of hand at the time.
Yeah, somewhat.
Let me just roll my d20 and figure out what my offer is.
Fuck around and then find out.
Let's see. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Whoa.
That's a good question. You got this.
Okay, I have proficiency. What's my dex? Fuck. Sorry, I'm trying so hard to figure this out.
Take your time.
I know I have it. Fuck, dang, where's the other sheet? Fuck.
I swear, I might have it as well. Hold on, give me just a second to move with my lack of cursor.
Let me see.
Callista, level 5.
I have proficiency. What's my proficiency? Oh, it's +3. Okay, and I think...
Yeah,
okay.
You have +5 to sleight of hand when you were level 5.
Okay,
yeah.
Slay. Well, I still did a terrible job. That's a 7.
You subtly slide it over, but as aforementioned, your notebook is so crinkly wet, and so when you do, you hear a... Miss Faraday, I'm sure that Gideon knows exactly what he's doing, doesn't he? He'll be completely alright. Come on to the front of the class, dear. Gideon...
Sorry, miss. I...
Gideon just deflates, and he tries to sneak a tiny last peek of the notebook, only to be caught with a from the professor, to which he makes a devastatingly small sigh, and he's so achingly small, he has to physically climb off the stool seat and plops down to the ground, where his head is still under the desk with how tiny it is when he's on the ground. And as he starts to take a few steps forward, you see him rear forward a bit, grabbing onto a stool to brace himself as if he were about to topple over. His mouth actually hangs open for a second before you hear a small of him retracting saliva back into his mouth. Eventually, though, he waddles up to the front of the class about 10 feet away. All right, then, you are going to take this apple, wrist pocket it, and send it right back. Okay. Face the class, please, Gideon. Okay. And he swirls around, and you see him clutch the small apple and stare deep into its sheen. His thumb is kind of gently lulling over the edge of it. Wrist pocket has been the assignment for the last so many goddamn weeks at this point, but you've actually not seen him cast wrist pocket yet. And, well, he's already been saddled with about 3 demerits for unsuccessful casting attempts. A 4th usually means a trip to Veldrin's office and a talk with his parents. Alright, go ahead. Remember, everyone, this was part of your weekend assignment to copy down wrist pocket into your book and cast it. I expect all of you to be able to do what Gideon is about to do. You see panic curling in his eyes. His previous sleepy look has been replaced with a slight kind of curling lip as if he's trying not to cry. And you hope that when a small giggle rings out from behind you that he can't hear it. But you can tell by the way his ear twitches and droops that he absolutely noticed it. With everyone's attention squarely on Gideon's shaking frame, is there anything you're doing?
Yeah. What are the desks like? Is there any way she could, like hold the notebook, like, kind of, like, under the desk so that he can see it, but, like, the teacher is too tall to, and so she wouldn't be looking there?
Unfortunately, they're kind of like a desk forward and down. They're like these rows of kind of like almost college desks that go up in a tier.
Okay. I see.
This is your level 5 sheet, so you do have access to all of your level 5 abilities as well.
Okay. Because, sure, her idea right now is that she is just going to, like... Hold on. I'm trying to make a plan.
I believe in you.
I'm plotting. I haven't played this version of Callie in so long. What
scheming.
What could she do? Because my thought is that she is just, like, going to, like, slide around in her seat and make such a fucking mess, and then seem to be sick and leave the room, but, like, leave, like, the note, like, on the edge of the desk, like, the notebook, like, flipped down over it. So can I like performance check to, like, start having a coughing fit and just, like, fuck everything up and then have, like, the note hanging off the side of the desk and then run away?
Yeah, roll performance.
This is terrible. I don't know how good she is at performance. Do I have proficiency in performance? I don't think I do. Okay. Trust in my d20 that has... I don't even know what my modifier is.
Your modifier for performance is 0.
Okay. Is there any way I can fix this?
Oh, that's a good question, Callie.
I had deception, but not performance. Oh. Does that?
Yeah?
I have access to Fortune's Favor, but like I just started existing in this flashback, and so I don't know if I would have that active.
I don't. Yeah, you just started existing in this flashback. I don't think you would have it active at this moment.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. Well, the main idea here is to embarrass herself instead of embarrassing Gideon. So even if it doesn't work, that's the idea is to take the heat off him and just to be like, what the fuck just happened? And so everyone forgets what was even happening with the wrist pocket. So I rolled a 4.
A 4 on performance to try and distract the class. I think you go to like cough or something, or just like start to make a dramatic show, and immediately you are just met with the clockwork gaze of like a stalwart kind of like just a stare. It's just horrible deep blue eye stare that goes into your soul from the professor. Could you be kind enough, Miss Faraday, to allow your classmate to do his demonstration?
Yes, sorry.
She's clearly not.
Excuse myself, I'm so sorry.
With a 4 of her performance, I assure you lunch will be in just a moment after Gideon finishes his demonstration.
Okay.
We're all waiting! Hey! Silence, I said! No interrupting the class! Yells up at the student that shouted that out. He's still just, like, staring at this apple.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can do. I'm not sure if there is. No.
You can always roll, like, to, like, cosmically check and see if there's any suggestions the universe can give to you, like, if you wanna.
Sure, I'd love the universe to suggest something to me. I would love that. Should I just, like, what is that, perception?
Yeah, perception.
D20?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck, what is my perception? Do I have...
You have plus 5.
Passive perception is 15.
You have
okay,
plus 5.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. That's better. That's a 17. I rolled a 2 and a 4 on those previous checks, to be clear.
You have minor illusion. That does work within 30 feet. And can make a simple object appear and disappear quite quickly.
Jeez. I think in character she make this decision very quickly. But I CC need to think about this because
yeah,
this is probably an obvious trick that will most likely get him in more trouble and me in trouble, as opposed to him in a little trouble and like not that much of a big deal. And he could probably use a talk with his parents, frankly. Well, Beldrin could. That's what I mean. Beldrin should talk to those fucking people. And so, Yeah. I'm so conflicted because I don't think she'd do it. Like, she wants to, but I think that like the most likely outcome is just like worst case scenario, they both are in major trouble. Likely, but like not the worst case scenario is that blamed on Gideon, and that it's like it's obvious he didn't do the soccer. And yeah,
your Wi-Fi.
And though I don't want it to be blamed on Gideon.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Fuck. Is it better? Is it coming back?
Give it a second. Ooh.
Hello?
Hello?
Fuck. My hotspot, please, work.
I think it's a little better now.
Please, let me turn my camera off for a second.
Yeah, that might do it.
I can see if having my camera off helps.
It usually does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did what I just said come through?
Yeah, most of your monologue little there came through that you were like, you just don't want to get Gideon and yourself, and you don't want to get Gideon in more trouble, and that might be more trouble than it's worth. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
You just let it go play out?
I think so, yeah.
You kind of do you watch it go down, or do you kind of avert your eyes just for respect of Gideon or anything like that?
I think she just kind of like, she's still slightly on the pretending to be sick that didn't work, but just kind of like peering like through her hands as it's happening.
It's like watching a slow motion car crash. Because after a moment of silence, and you can just see the thoughts racing through his head of how can I do this? How can I get out of this? How can I... Is everyone looking at me? Oh god, everyone is looking at me. Just 1,000 thoughts a second going through his head. And he takes the little apple and he holds his hand forward. It's just not going. Well, as I said, you guys had 2 weeks now to copy Wrist Pocket down into your spell books, and it appears that after lunch we're going to see if that is something that all of you did. She plucks the apple out from Gideon's hand. Because, so it seems, not everyone did they? And he just deflates. His head just immediately falls down, red hair falls over everything, and he's quickly just like... He's trying to avert his eyes from the rest of the classroom to hide what is very obvious, and it is eventually just... All right, well, class dismissed. I expect demonstrations from everyone after this lunch period. Thank you for your effort, Gideon. Could you stay back for just a moment? Okay. And, Miss Faraday, could you stay for a moment as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'll talk to Gideon first, and then you. Everyone else, you're dismissed. And there's a rising ooh throughout the class, and Gideon's eyes kind of race up to meet yours. Run along now, all of you! She kind of ushers all the other students out, and they all filter out, kind of bustling out. And you see her, like, kind of kneel down next to Gideon, and just mumble a couple things to him. Just a few things you can pick up on. You're still a little bit far away, packing up your bag and making sure his is packed up as well. But you just hear, you know this is your fourth. We are going to have a conversation with your parents. You are not studying, obviously, as much as you should. Though, I do hate to give you your fourth. Is there anything I can do to make this a little bit easier for you? Is there any help that you need? You know, I can give you extensions if you just ask. No, I'm okay. I'll do it next time. I'm sorry. Okay. Please do. This is your fourth time being unable to cast one of the spells that we have had a long time to do. Once again, if there is any help you need with scheduling, the counselor's office is open at all times. You understand? Okay. You can go off to lunch now. And he waddles off. Miss Faraday!
Yes.
You walk Gideon home, right? I've not seen his parents come to school yet.
I do.
Well,
I imagine, like, as she, like, walks up to the front of the class, she just kind of, like, cartoonishly just bows, like, I'm really sorry for being a disturbance, but I'm worried about him, and I don't think he's doing well.
Well, I appreciate the kindness. Yes. As much as I don't want to hand out this demerit, because it does seem like he's just been having a bit of struggle, there's nothing we can do unless he reaches out to us, unfortunately, and, well, there's every opportunity to work on your education, to get help for it. Unfortunately, that's not something we can force on someone. And there are rules to these things. And despite your attempted cover-up, he was unable to cast today, meaning I do have to give him his demerit. You're both going to get excused from class early today, and I am going to need you to deliver this quick meeting letter to his parents, alright? Rest of class today will be demonstrations anyway, so if you wrist pocket that letter right now, I'll mark your assignment as a success and you can take Gideon home.
Alright. Thank you.
She hands it to you.
I don't actually have wrist pocket on my sheet.
We'll say you do. Just yeah,
it.
it's one of those things where you're a wizard, so you have it in your book, and I'd say it's prepared now.
Yeah, I imagine she takes a little step back and just with a very, it's a very clumsy flourish, because I imagine she's just directly trying to mirror the way Veldrin does it, and it doesn't look very good. That she just wow, and then wrist pockets the letter.
Absolutely. So you floof it away, and the professor kind of gives you I'd say a kind of sorry nod of just I'm sorry, I have to do this, it's part of the job. I do appreciate your concern to him. I know that you two are close. Please, if you shouldn't force anything on him, and we can't force anything on him, but you could speak to him and suggest that he does go to the counselor's office after this. As I promise you,
do that, miss. Thank you.
There are resources available. There are. And we want to help him as much as you do. There's just protocol as well. She kind of frowns.
Right.
Go. Be off now. You're good to go.
Thank you, miss. And she scuttles out the door.
Yeah. So, you head off and scuttle out of the classroom, I'm assuming, after Gideon, who has made a quick exit. He has just fully escaped. He's not even waiting for you at the door. You get the sense that he's just fully scuttled off, away from you, away from everyone. And you start walking... Yeah, you start walking down the grand halls of the academy. You hear the faint sounds of bustling in the nearby cafeteria, the horrible loud clattering of chatty cliques of elves raising their usual chaos. It's not uncommon for the two of you to go somewhere else more sequestered. It's, there's some small other groups that are doing the same. Some are sitting under the stairs with their wooden bowls of cafeteria broth and breads, and others have hidden away in empty classrooms. You and Gideon normally share a spot that you discovered hidden inside an illusory fountain. You found it when you were trying to show off your water breathing to him a while back and plunged your head down only to find a tiny, cozy nook that likely some since-graduated students made for themselves. Yours now. So, where are you going?
Yeah. I mean, I imagine the first thing she does is that, assuming that Gideon didn't go to lunch, she's gonna, she's gonna poke her head in there and see how quickly she can gather up some food for the both of them.
Pretty much everyone else
if it's a big inconvenience.
Pretty much everyone else has already gotten their food, and has, sat down, so that there's no cafeteria line anymore. Everyone's already been situated.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, she'll just, get an armful of whatever Gideon likes and then go try to look for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So you grab a little bowl of bone broth, grab a little bread, a little bit of butter it up for him. Extra butter. Loves his butter. And Buttery boy. Start looking for him. Any place in particular you're looking? Corners, nooks?
Yeah. Definitely the fountain in that case.
Yeah. You head straight towards the fountain and stick your head right inside. Of course, checking the trail, checking to see if the coast is clear first, because this is your secret hiding spot after all. Some random people in class can't find out about your little nook. Gideon isn't there. There's actually 2 bowls of broth that he must have picked up for both of you guys, and his backpack is left in there. But he's inexplicably missing, as if he dropped off his stuff and went away.
Gideon, are you invisible?
No response.
Okay. And I don't think she has see invisibility prepared or anything.
No,
so
but you can always investigate more, just raw
I'll
investigate with your eyeballs.
Yeah. That is wow, middle of the road. What's her... I don't think she has She does have proficiency in investigation, so it should be +5, I think.
+5. Wow. Woof.
Yeah.
For just a little girl.
Well, she's got decent intelligence. That should be a 15, I believe.
15. You do take a couple of druid elective classes just to like fill out your schedule a little bit more, and they're pretty easy in comparison to wizard shit, especially because, I mean, you live near the coast, you have a lot of access to wildlife and plants to begin with. So, you've been working on a project for this class, and you've kept it in your little nook, since this flower in particular blooms well in dark and damp environments, but it looks like your druidry project, your little flower, has been completely knocked over and torn apart. There's a shocking lack of dirt anywhere to be reasonably found, and small teeth marks on the stem and flower petals ripped off as if an animal had gotten in it.
My flower. She's kind of incensed. My flower. Ah. And she sticks her head back out. She's gonna keep for Gideon.
I think since you found that flower tipped over, you can also now take note of a small trail of dirt that is on the ground.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, she'll follow the trail.
You follow the trail of messy dirt that has been coated the floor. Like, it's weird because there's some clumps of this dirt that looks like it's been covered in like a thick kind of slimy liquid as well. Like foam and such. It looks like it's been spit onto the ground. Like someone was chewing through it and then just spit it out like an animal track. And you make your way to the end of it and... the boys' privy chamber, of course. The door closed. That's where it leads to.
She's embarrassed that she has to go in the boys' room. But is it like an open door? Is it locked?
It's a closed door to go into the boys' privy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, can I open it? Is it locked? Like, is it a door into more stalls, or like is it?
It should be. It goes into more stalls. It's like an active like privy room with like a bunch of different stalls and such. At least if it mirrors the girls, which is the one you're familiar with. Dudes just get one single privy.
Okay. Yeah, she's very embarrassed that she goes in there. It's like, Gideon, are you in here?
You go to open the doorknob, and it's locked. But this door shouldn't lock. It's a public bathroom. You guys kind of have to use this. It's the school privy chamber. Which is why the existence of an arcane lock on it is all the more messed up.
Does she have knock?
As you're working on looking at that, you also start to hear from the inside as you approach this door. Your elven ears twitch. I know you didn't cast that spell. Someone did it for you. You didn't even do the component. I mean, you didn't even cast the spell. Huh? How come you always just get away with it? She didn't even say you got your demerit. Huh? Are you Veldrin's little secret love child or something? I'm not. It's unfair. I mean, I hope you finally get it. You get all of the exceptions when you do a lot worse than I do. Is it 'cause you're a little kid? Are your parents stupid rich? Did you bribe them all? It's no fair that you can be a stupid screw-up, but I'm always the one in trouble. So, why didn't you get chewed out like I do? I got married. I got it. Yeah? But how come I always get it in front of everyone, and you always get it after? Huh? Do you have an agreement? Is that what it is? Is it 'cause they feel bad for you? Why don't they feel bad for me, huh? I think I have it worse than you. I have to. You're just a lucky little kid who got accepted into this school, and I had to do something. So what did they do? Did you bribe them? Are you rich? And if you're rich, where are you getting all the money?
Okay.
Are you selling potions?
Gonna do a thing.
Yeah.
Okay. With minor illusion, I can make a sound. So can I make the sound of, like, banging on the door and a boy voice yelling, "Let me in, I need to piss!"
You do, and you hear, "Shut up! I'm working in here! Piss in the girls'
Bang
washroom!"
Boy voice. Male. Get deeper.
Well, I'm in the boys' washroom and I'm not a boy. Just go in the girls, you pansy.
I don't have it prepared on my sheet.
You know this kid, by the way. This is Deus. Notorious asshole kind of kid who's always picking fights, especially with you. Bit of a prankster and such.
Okay. I have knock in my spell book. I don't know if I have it prepared right now.
So was it you who bribed the school?
No, I didn't bribe the school.
Then who did bribe the school, huh? So that you're not made fun of in front of the whole class. That they give you special exception because you're just a little guy, huh? I don't think you should get special exception. Why do you get special exception?
I got the demerit. I did.
Well, I didn't see it. You know, that other class when I couldn't cast Fortune's favor and they chewed me out in front of everyone? Was it Callista who bribed them all? What? No! Well, she tried to make a big show of cutting you off. Was she trying to cover for how bad you are? How many spells have you failed in this class and she's covered up for you? Is that what this is? What, does she sell potions? Is she part of the big underground cabal of drows? No, she's not. Then what does she do? Is she covering for you?
No, she's not.
Then why do I get in more trouble than a screw-up like you? Why?
I don't know.
Did Callista bribe them? No, there's no bribing. I don't want her to get in trouble. Please. Then why don't I tell the whole school that you're a little dirt eater? You gotta say Callista did it, or everyone will know you ate dirt.
You hear a slight slam against the wall as if someone's been pushed up against it, though you're not sure who, because none of them yelp. Neither of the two yelp. You hear it incredibly faintly.
You needed it. What? Come on. Don't make me cast a spell. Just tell me why you get so much special treatment, huh? Just tell me!
If you're so much better at casting than me, then why don't you just learn Wrist Pocket? You get the sense that he's genuinely trying to give a suggestion, but it's not gonna go well with Deus.
I have sending. It's not prepared either, but
do you want to like spend this time to like start preparing knock? I think you can like I'll give it to you that you can start preparing that.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah,
I think you're just.
I don't know if ritual is 10 minutes. I don't have 10 minutes, but
yeah,
just flipping aggressively through his spell book.
I think you are just flipping aggressively and trying to just study down knock, come on. How do you know knock? Come on. And as he asks this question, you hear another, and this time you hear no doubt Gideon yelping.
Because I don't want to mess it up. You know, I am better at magic than you, but when I cast sometimes, it doesn't work. Normally. And you can't tell anyone that. You have what? Wild magic? Yeah, I have wild magic. And you're gonna promise not to tell anyone. And you're gonna tell me who is bribing the school and such for you? Or I'm gonna shoot this spell at you. And if it goes wild, you're gonna explode.
No, I don't wanna. It's about then that You lock in and you feel a click in your head. The knock spell.
Yeah, she's just, like, very, like, she's not interested in, like, making this a conversation. She wants to just make as much noise as possible to distract him and just grab Gideon and get out. And so just, like, with, like, the minor illusion, just scream of, like, I need to piss, she just, like, blasts the door open.
Yeah, like a fucking Fusroda door kicks open with force. A boy who extremely now. So yeah, as everything is kind of like the door is banging, she is like very clearly paying no mind to exactly what's happening outside this door and is just all in on just chewing Gideon out right now, despite the fact that he has about the same number as demerits as her. They're both at the bottom of the pecking order. If anyone's to be called out for, it's the people at the heights. But you get the sense that she knows that she can't wield any sort of power over anyone else in the school besides Gideon. He's the only one, at the very least, slightly under her, in her eyes. And so, as you hear the sound of a whirring up spell and Gideon whimpering and whining against this writhing threat that's before him, you quickly let out this just bang of noise, trying to just do something to get attention off of him and onto you, and you slam the door open with knock. It lets out this horrible thunderous shockwave. And you see her eyes turn around in a sudden panic. And there's a horrible moment where, just due to the sudden chaos that you've introduced into the room, like flint and steel to kindling, a spark is lit. There is a sudden
counterspell.
Yeah. You desperately raise your hand up to try and snap out a counterspell. There is a sudden deafening ring in your ears and a horrid flash. There is pressure. Awful, horrible, writhing, wriggling pressure. You hear footsteps running down the hall, both student and professor all drowned out by a booming voice. Move! As a great cloak patterned cloak pushes past the miasma of onlookers, Veldrin's form blinking and teleporting with a horrid urgency. You've never seen the headmaster not standing stoically or sitting at his desk. You didn't realize how horrifyingly fast and serious he can get. As your ears are adjusting, you hear faint, choked sobs next to you. Deus is curled in on herself and is writhing. Palms over her eyes, you see smoke emitting from her face and hands. You quickly turn to look for Gideon instead. And he's in a ball. Curled, so you can't see any injuries just yet. But he's covered in ash. His eyes are wide, he's rocking back and forth. He's biting the interior of his palm like this. And he's not blinking, despite the amount of tears wet on his face. You expect to feel hurt in some way. But you're fine. You must have been in the blast radius, but you're fine. Perplexingly, as you begin to sit up, you notice a perfect ring of ash that stops exactly around you. Or you can even begin to retrace what happened, how it happened. A voice pierces in through your head. What a curious memory. Callie, you jolt back to the present, after reliving that ancient thought. Tell me, were you frightened of that girl after what she nearly did to you, young friend? She had horrifying power, didn't she? True polymorphed you, stole your form. A prank, you say it was. Oh dear. I'm afraid what instead it was complete and uncontrolled chaos. It's a pleasure to meet you, Callie. I've heard a lot about you. A hand unfurls from the darkness in front of you. One that was once small and covered in soft green skin, but has broken out and been covered in gloves, dark, yet covered in some form of liquid that slicks their leather. The rest of the form is short compared to you, hardly reaching to your waist, so it's truly a wonder that it's able to project this much of an air of power. You can tell by the skin that sags around its neck like the hood of a sweatshirt that this was this Alice character. Now, however, a great skull sits in place of the child's head, long and cervidae, with horns from the sockets and top prongs and a single beating pink eye staring at you in an emotion you feel like you couldn't even read even if you had the truth-saying senses of a god. A hand has reached out to you.
What's her physical situation right now? Is she restrained in some form?
No, fully free. All items on her, standing.
Alright. I imagine she just blinks a little bit, and is Lolta holding out a hand to shake?
Yeah.
Well, she stares down at this hand, and, it occurs to her that the way she got into this situation was by touching this thing, and but she also figures she's already in the situation, and so it can't get worse. So she just, takes the hand gently and just gives a little shake. Well, nice to meet you too.
I hope your return to a more controlled vessel has been smooth. I've been suggesting revisions to the Starspawn design, but I found myself trading words with two ever the proud sort. Not all are in the market of optimization, some simply want numbers to feel better. A crude flaw, I'd say. But well, to each their own. This certainly seems to fit you better, though. Veldrin has quite a way with transmogrification, doesn't he?
Thank you.
I've wanted to meet you for a while, Callie. As I said, I've heard a lot about you. So, how are you? How are you feeling?
Well, a little more alarmed now that I'm in a different location, and I wasn't aware of that. I assume she's in a different location, is that true?
Absolutely. Just kind of dark, cavernous walls.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm alright. You're in luck, because I only just began existing a few hours ago, so... Hello.
Of that I am very aware. And I'm just curious, how much of things have you been caught up upon?
Could you repeat that, sorry?
How much have you been caught up on?
I see, okay. Quite a lot of it, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was all of it.
I have a feeling it wasn't. You see, not many people know the true lacquer that fills in a lot of these big gaps that there are. There are bridges, but in truth, not many are in a position to be able to cross them, or to be able to even see them in the first place, when they are, in fact, there. One of these people, of course, being my boy. Your boy, in a sense. Begonia. You call him by a much different name, though he has a new one nowadays. I think...
What do you mean by that new one?
Like I said, he goes by Begonia now. Though only to those exceptionally close to him. The slick, you can tell there's a smile behind it. Though I suppose, of course, I can, for a moment, shed my wordplay and let you know I'm speaking of Gideon.
I noticed that, but it's an old name, isn't it? Gideon, Begonia, Gideon? That would be the timeline?
I'm afraid as much as he's tried to, Begonia has yet to be stripped from him. That is still his title.
I see. Carry on.
You know, elves aren't supposed to be able to dream, and yet he had quite the stellar case of parasomnia as a boy. He'd scream your name, even unto adulthood. You left a large impression on him. He was always so guilty about what almost happened to you, and then about what did. But the past is in the past, right? He most certainly seems to have forgotten. It's a dreadful thing. Watching someone unlearn their good habits, watching them spiral out into the grip of a demon long since quelled. Devastating to a parent, devastating to a sibling. Are you keeping up?
I'm keeping up.
Good. You know, they're all really worried about him. Have you noticed?
I have.
And are you?
Oh, yes.
Then you know what I mean by saying it's a horrible thing watching someone fall into bad habits, right?
Yes, I suppose so.
It's just a shame that none of you know what that bad habit is, right?
Right.
I'll lay it out for you, Callista. Do you wish to run back to your new friends and find them again? Or do you wish to learn things that they have no hope of figuring out for themselves because I will it so? Do you wish to be of actual help to them? To be able to have that actual second wind of usefulness? Or return? And watch them all die. Nothing you can do about it.
Should I still be calling you Alice? Is that still the proper name? I just want to make sure.
I
Because you have a different
appreciate,
form.
of course, I appreciate the sense of formality about the situation. I prefer Zibulba in this particular form.
Sebulba.
Right.
Alright. Well, Sebulba, I'm a little confused by the offer, because if this is information you've specifically avoided ever sharing with them, my assumption is that would be that as soon as you tell me the information, you'd kill me.
Oh, no.
So it's either die now or die later?
No, it's not that. It's that... Well, I have a feeling that the others are... Well, they wouldn't trust me. Of course. And they have their reasons too, of course. You should always be carrying a bit of reasonable skepticism in you. Of course, that did lead to their demise last time I tried to give them an actual warning of something. But you, well, I would hope that with a fresh perspective, someone could perhaps take things in with a lot less baggage. You know? Look at things from a more objective standpoint. Instead of thinking that you're avoiding falling for some trick I have up my sleeve, recognize what is truth and what is lie, instead of just assuming the worst out of everything I say. That, in the long term, is a skill that many lack, thinking that I am but a devilish trickster. Can't blame them for that. I've done a fair number of things that are unsavoury, one could say, though in pursuit of things that I have been quite transparent on. That's a thing about me. I do quite enjoy transparency. I just feel no need to say it to those who will refuse to accept what's true and what isn't.
I see.
I think you might be the only
And
one who doesn't misinterpret what I want to tell you. Because, like me, you know and care about Begonia. Go on.
Alright. So you're saying that Of course, they would not believe this information if you shared it with them directly, but they would believe it through me.
Why, of course. The lips of who speaks the
I
truth
see.
are very important nowadays.
I understand. Well, I can't say I'm not curious.
But what's your heart saying? Is there still a bit of you that is trying to resist what I have to say? That wants to stonewall your resolve and take everything I say with a helpful side of salt, vinegar, turpentine? Where are you at?
Well, I mean, perhaps I'd be a little more receptive if we were in the location we were in before, and you told me this, than the second one.
Why, I've brought you to the location where truth needs to be divulged, my friend.
I see. Very well.
Besides,
Well, if I can...
wouldn't want a child in the mix of something grandiose, would we?
Right. Well, if you can guarantee that I'll be, at the very least, reunited with them, then you are welcome to show me whatever it is you have to share.
Oh, I'm sure that by the end of this, we'll be in good standing. Enough for me to grant you passage back. Of course. Of course.
Very well.
Wonderful. All right then. So, if you accepted my offer,
Yes, within the conditions I understand.
very well. There's another reason I particularly wanted you to speak with. Because you're the only one with innate water breathing, aren't you?
Well, I don't breathe at all, but...
It'll do.
because I'm a dead person, but yes.
As it nods, it will do. You feel a sudden tug on your body as you begin to plummet. You have much less control over your body and form than when Veldrin fell you from the sky, and a pit churns in your stomach. You don't want to die again, but this speed, this horrible speed that suddenly overtakes you, this disorienting fall, it's so long. And with every second further you slip, you feel as if you're going to need to resign yourself again. But after what feels like hours of falling, when you hit the surface of the water, it feels like it knocked your damn soul out of your body with the sheer spiritual pressure against your insides. Like you're tumbling in the void as your body tries to reorient. You find the rhythm of changed pressure and clumsy floating. You're trying to grasp for this. You can't parse up, down, left, or right. You're left in raw space without anything to grip onto. But you're not dead. How could you be if you see a distant, burnt orange? As you crash into this water and reorient yourself, you finally feel your legs cooperate, your arms spread. You find sea legs long lost, the death and the stars. You are deep underwater.
Is she able to speak in this case? I'm not sure if she would be able to.
We'll
I mean
say you
psionics,
can.
but...
Yeah, psionics, and you can just kind of speak.
Yeah, psionics. So is Zavalda, like, still, like, here?
No way.
Visibly?
No, just fully gone. Just dropped you into the fucking abyss.
Okay. Okay. What's this?
No response. Though, as you're able to look around, a horrible fact raises into your mind for a second. You learn this one in druidic studies. Many members of the deer family hunt for food in water. Of the two animals writhing around in your mind right now, there should be a clear divide of predator and prey. The bear should take a fight against a moose every time. Shouldn't it? You are deep inside a depths. What would you like to do?
Well, there's a weird orange. She's interested in what that is, so she's gonna try to get closer.
Would you like to roll investigation on it? Or just
I
go?
would love to. Yes,
Fuck it, we ball.
I'll investigate. I investigate. I have expertise for a reason.
Sensible investigation.
That's an 18.
18.
Rolled a 3.
You rolled a 3 and got an 18?
Expertise!
I guess. Among the rubble. You think you get the gist of what type of body of water this is, first of all. Despite everything, you still remember the saltine tang of the ocean against your body. And even if your form has changed, you can still tell that this is not the ocean that you grew up in. You can see, faintly, far, far above, what looks like stars reflecting over the surface of the water. But by the colors and glint, you can tell that they're crystals from the rest of Sepulturnum's depths. This is a cave lake, a fucking ginormous one at that. And within these depths are ruins. It makes sense. The little you saw of the luminary city up above looked so similar to the academy, but with the wrong building blocks, as if it were rebuilt and not simply warped. All of that original material, at least a fair bit of it, had to have gone somewhere. You can see the broken ups and downs and curves of the strange exterior of the old institute. They look even worse, sunken and mistreated. The giant walls with their stained glass windows and whimsical carvings look now like sad, decaying creatures with their guts strewn about. But it's not just the fragments of the old academy. No, amongst the rubble is a near miraculous sight. That orange is from the interior lights of a small home. A coastal yew, stained in ash gray, reinforced with pillars of obsidian, with a support structure of cobbled rock. Aquatic plants are growing on the exterior, and there are these long, cage-like grates wrapping around it, like a cage of twitching briars encasing this small home. But there's one other thing that catches your eye. A small moat of red and orange obscured deep in the walls of the ruins of the academy. There is the house before you, and the ruins. That is what you see.
The instinct she has, I imagine very naturally, is just to keep following the red orange. And she recognizes that in herself and is like, that's probably not good that she is being instinctively lured by this light. Because historically, when you are lured by things that light up in water, it doesn't go well for you.
That classic anglerfish moment.
Yeah. And so I imagine she's still coming at it a bit cautiously. She's trying to take her time in the ruins and just to see what there is to have a look at. And the light is coming from inside the walls, is that correct?
Yeah, there's a light coming from the house. The interior of it is lit up, but there's also a small light coming from the academy's ruins. The interior of that.
I see. She'll probably go for the... To be clear, what house is this? Is it...
It looks familiar, but you don't know. It's not like yours, where you could automatically tell. It's just a miraculously intact house amongst a bunch of other ruins.
Okay. In that case, I think she's gonna go for the academy first, just because she has more familiarity with that, and if something feels out of place and like it's going to eat her, she will have a little more time to react to that.
So, you begin to drift towards the ruins of the academy, the feeling of pressure around you growing tighter as you descend deeper. Your glowing arms and legs grant the mercy of a bit more vision in these depths. But it's so massive down here that it hardly helps you stretch further than your typical dark vision. Small parts of debris float by, one of them passing your gaze, looking, well, unmistakably like bone. The rest of its companion pieces and limbs must have since floated elsewhere. It's woefully lonely. You swim, swim, swim. Back in the harbor, you'd see fish when swimming to and from your house before the fall. You can name so many of the species of sea slugs and algae, but there's comparatively very little down here that you can even begin to recognize that isn't long-dead rubble. Eventually, though, you're at the bottom. Mulch, sand, rubble, and rock. There should be an ecosystem down here. You can't be the only living thing down here. There's part of you, fundamentally, that knows that to be true. You find yourself at the door entrance to the ruins of the Academy. What would you like to do?
This is a little bit of a sidebar, but I'm just curious. Because she has shape water as a cantrip.
Yeah.
I'm curious if this counts as water. If this is, like, for real.
I think as you reach the bottom, you want to cast Shape Water.
Mm-hmm. Just, like, testing to see, like, if she can move the water and if the spell counts it as water or if this is something different.
You wish your finger around. It's like oil and water when it separates, where half of this is water. When you let go of the spell, it merges back together again.
Okay. That's not good, but okay. Good to know. Not good context, but good to know. But yeah. And then yeah, she's gonna just like still very I guess frankly, should I be stealthing? Maybe.
You want to roll stealth?
Sure, because she's doing this very cautiously because she feels very strongly that there's something in these ruins that's gonna eat her, and so she's gonna try to do stealth.
Gotcha. So go ahead and roll stealth.
That is a 28.
28 stealth. So you are able to like turn the algae in your kind of like your starry hands. You're able to turn that off and almost camouflage it perfectly with the water around you. This is the first time you've realized you can kind of control the luminosity of all of this inside of you. And you kind of dim it. And now you're just part of the murk. So with the 28 for stealth, you proceed cautiously. How are you going about this? Where are you going? How? What?
Yeah,
Where? Why?
What am I doing? I'm looking for... I guess, since she's so familiar with the Academy, she's specifically looking for things that are out of place and different than they should be.
Well, it's been torn to shreds from just pure
That'll
erosion of being underwater. That's for one. All of the windows have been fully broken by the water pressure and are just fully gone, obliterated, collapsed inward. There's no sign of glass anymore.
Gotcha.
The door appears to be jammed shut underneath the pressure of water and hundreds of years of fusing itself to the rest of the rock. On the exterior, though, besides typical water damage, there's nothing particularly off-putting or out of place or warped in a way that wasn't just erosion over time.
I see. Okay. I'm a little curious about that door.
Yeah. You get closer to the door, and indeed, it is completely jammed. If you try to press against it in any way, you feel just like the furious weight of just water pressure and rock.
Yeah. Can I try to perceive if there's anything I can do to get it open? There might not be anything important back there.
Yeah. But... I mean, it goes inside.
Okay. Yeah,
roll perception.
I feel like there's some kind of physics thing here that I, Cece, do not know. So.
Roll perception.
Perception. I have expertise. Yay. That's a 26.
When doors are submerged under, say, for example, a car goes underwater. You can only actually open the door when the car is fully submerged underwater, just because of how water pressure works. So when the entire interior has been flooded, that is when water pressure releases and you can open things like doors underwater. If not, the pressure is far too high of just pushing against liquid to get inside. So, this door still being jammed with water pressure indicates that the interior has not been fully flooded, at least up to covering the door.
I see. Okay. I want to go in there. I don't know if that's a good idea. I want to go in there.
I want to go in the door.
What's in the room? I have Misty Step, and I think you have Dimension Door. Do you need line of sight for Misty Step?
I want to go in the door.
Yeah, you have to see it, so I can't do Misty Step. Dimension Door works like that, but I don't have Dimension Door. I have... Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Controlled Water is a concentration spell of up to 10 minutes.
Yes.
So, can I make can I pull the water away from the door and make a little pocket and hold it like that until I go back in?
That's physics. Hell yeah. You absolutely can. I will...
Yippee!
D&D is my favorite physics simulator. Yeah, no, I'll absolutely allow that given the situation. So, yeah, you take that water and you it away from the door. I would get on you for this only being partially water, but I think for the sake of this, I'll say that yes, you can, because I like this solution.
Still has gravity, don't it?
Yeah, still has gravity and still like disperses enough to give you like purchase into opening this door.
Nice, yay.
Yes, so.
Yeah, and she's holding it away from the door so it doesn't flood, and then she'll when she's done in there, she'll close the door and make it not flood.
Yeah, so with that in mind, you reach your hand out towards the door. It takes a fair bit of just like pushing it out of the old gravel that's kind of fused its bottom half to the floor, but eventually you're able to feel it start to careen and push as you just kind of throw it open. You get inside, close it behind you, make sure that it once again gets covered up by that gravel. Slowly you let go of the water, and it feels like a monster is trying to break down the door as there's just a pressuring force that rattles against the door, but if it didn't break through before, it's not going to break through again. It's weird. I did describe there being windows to this place as well, but when you look up at them, you notice that there is a perfect kind of visage that leads out. Have you ever seen air pockets underwater? They look like weird glassy mirages. It looks like that leading out through all the windows. There's a perfect air pocket in here.
I see.
Which makes the giant, gargantuan hole in the wall at the back of this place all the more strange to look at. Alongside this, there are a bunch of candles still strewn about the floor. And paintings have been turned from copper to horrible oxidized rot. Barnacles do exist on everything. There is indication of water damage that has happened to the interior of this place. And nothing indicates that more than the half-digested, fleshy white viscera that sits like a horrible curse amongst the formerly pristine, perfect floors. Whatever it is lingers sprawled over her fountain, his fountain. It entombs it in a cage. This strange mass.
I see. That's scary. That's creepy. That's not good.
Are you Cece saying this, or is Callista saying this?
Both of us. Both of us are in agreement right now.
That's creepy. Just a weird thing.
Yeah, she's definitely very curious about what's going on in the giant hole in the back of the room. That is it okay if she's still she dropped the spell, but still concentrating on it just because it lasts 10 minutes,
Yeah.
So I don't have to recast it later if I need to run away.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just want to get that for the keeping.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, then continuing to stealth because she's scared.
Yeah, you keep your stealth up. That 28.
Yeah, and she's gonna try to investigate a little closer to the back of the room.
You want to look at the hole or the mass?
The hole. I don't want to deal with the mass.
Roll investigation.
Can do. Yes, sirree. That's a 25.
I think the thing that strikes you the most is that some of these imprints look like horns have slammed with such immense force with the wall that it has left a perfect kind of, like, impression of it. That and the velvet that has been rubbed off against the kind of, like, jagged stone walls from the sheer force of whatever slammed through it and tore some of the velvet off in the process. Whatever it was must have been fast and forceful enough to almost perfectly, like, rug pull it, like that magician's trick where you and stuff stays on the table. To have perfectly made this hole and yet not have it crumble the rest of the structure in the process.
I see. I have to ask. This might prompt another check. Are these deer horns or are they moose horns? How wide are they?
I would like you to roll nature or animal handling. Choose your pick
I'll
your
do...
poison.
Yeah, they're the same. I'll do nature. Fuck, I don't know shit. I got a nat 1.
You have no clue because there are so many horn imprints that they all look different.
Okay. There's a moose down here. I don't want to be down here with the moose. I don't want to fight the moose. Why can't we be friends? Well, is there anything in the hole of note, or is it just a giant scary hole?
It just giant scary hole leads out to the rest of the water.
Okay. Well, I suppose I should be brave and look at the nass.
Nature or animal handling? Your choice. Roll again.
Well, I'll do nature again. What the fuck? Okay, I need to fix this. That's 2 nat 1s in a row, and I know I can fix this.
Uh-huh. How the fuck did you get 2 nat 1s in a row?
I don't know!
Callie sucks at identifying animals. Holy shit. Callie just thinks
It's
everything is a bear.
Fuck. Man, I'm supposed to be so good at skill checks that I don't know if it's even worth trying to fix a nat 1. I don't know anything.
You can also try animal handling. I'll give you that. I'll let you try the
You'll
other.
let me roll. I can roll a second time?
Because 2 nat 1s is insane. I'll give you Callie fucking, like, just trips over the floor a little bit, but then gets back up and brushes herself up.
Okay, but now it's a 7, but I can fix this. I can make this better. I'll do guidance, and I'll do my knowledge from a past life.
Perfect, yeah.
So surely this will work out for me. Okay. Now it's an 11, and now it's a 17. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. I think to give some flavor, with knowledge from a past life, I mean, you lived underwater for a while. That is where your sea elf house took place in the off-coastal town of the edges of Sepulturnum. So you're familiar with what Whalefall is and looks like, Callista. Clearly nibbled away at, and not just under the stages of decomposition. As for the animal it is, whale is not an apt description. While it's true that whales have red meat, not the common white meat of most seafood, it doesn't share the weird kind of darkish crimson marbling that whale meat tends to have. The red sinews have a shocking amount of fatty marbling on them, but are dense with equally as much muscle fiber. In fact, there's not a lot of actual meat on there. Much sinew, much nerve, sweetbreads and organs bloated beyond goddamn belief. Most, if not all, of the actual harvesting on this thing's form has been done to the neck and the head. Whatever it was has been entirely chewed off. And it looks like whatever ripped into it before is working on trailing down the nerve ends and spinal cord like a goddamn neurosurgeon working on a cadaver. Oh. A cadaver. No wonder its bones don't look like fishbone or whalefall. The only reason it wasn't so blatantly clear is that it's ginormous, stretched beyond belief, as big as Gideon claimed that mad wolf thing to be. You can actually see slightly through this fallen person's ribcage the entrance to the fountain. Nestled in there.
Okay. Well, curious what's in the fountain, in our special fountain, but oh my god. What? Do I have Mage Hand?
It
I
is
don't have Mage Hand.
It is a squeeze far too small for you to go in with this much leverage. You're gonna have to make more room or make yourself smaller.
Okay. Don't like that. Man, I'm gonna get eaten. I don't... there's not a whole lot I can do. Oh! I have Speak with Dead!
Interesting. Interesting.
This might be a terrible idea, but I have... that's like the number one thing that I'm supposed to be doing every day is speaking with dead, because it literally benefits me.
Yeah.
Well... fuck it, I'm gonna talk to this big scary cadaver.
Okay. Absolutely. So, yeah, you go ahead and you are going to, I guess, you kind of... you have to get close to it, and as you get within that 10-foot range of it, just slight stench kind of reeking off of it that's kind of still muddied down by just coastal bloating and stuff like that, and oceanics mixed with, bad on your new senses that you've just reawakened. But you rub your hands together, and there's almost a connection you feel with this corpse. You know the feeling, I suppose, is the best way to make this connection. And so when you reach out, you're able to kind of feel your hands thread through the boundaries of reality, of life and death. There's a familiar nothingness that follows, that you know to be what death feels like. Well, doesn't feel like. And there's a voice that awakens in your mind. Speak with dead. You get 5 questions.
Hello? What are you? If that's okay to ask.
I'm was part of the body. Elfin kind.
What happened to you?
I writhed and was cast out the system for being sick, and was torn apart in the depths.
I'm sorry you were torn apart.
The
What were you
shunning
sick
felt
with?
worse, is what it says.
I'm sorry. What were you sick with?
They don't know. No one knows. It happens to people sometimes, but it's always different, not the same symptoms, just an unending difference. I was told I was a cancer.
Oh, that's not very nice.
It felt
Sorry.
so normal to me. I didn't know it was wrong.
Is the body you speak of, is it still around in this space?
No. I was shunned to the depths. It is far above the rest of us, frolicking in the fields together, in our community of blood vessels and nerve ends.
I see.
I wasn't allowed to play with the others anymore because I was sick.
I see. It's out of character. I want to say this.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is me doing the thing to you that happens to all DMs. Should I ask for its name? Does it have a name?
It does have a name.
Okay, because I'm torn between whether she should ask for its name or ask what's going on with the fountain. Because that feels rude to just like get all of this information and be like, hey, what's that in that fountain? Like, I want to know your name. That doesn't matter. It's all right.
Yeah, there is a name. I'm smart. I
Okay. Then I think, yeah, she's gonna ask. I'm sorry that would happen to you, but what's your name?
I was given a number and a title of what part of the viscera I was supposed to be a part of. I was part of the nervous system. I was C3.
Thank you for
Vertebrae.
speaking with me, C3. Vertebrae?
C3
Thank you for
vertebrae.
speaking with me.
yeah. I think
Yeah,
that was the
I
5
imagine that
questions.
spell's gonna die.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was 5. So
The
she just
head.
puts in her thank you.
The lack of head lolls forward.
Yeah. C3.
I hope she comes to visit again. Did she bring you along?
And then it falls dead.
Shit. Who the fuck is she? Well, just like, she has a moment of just like frustration that she just restrains herself and like kind of like gently like pats the cadaver, just like you know, just like, you're dead now, they're there.
Mm-hmm.
Just like many feelings that she doesn't know what to do with. And I get to roll a d3 because I benefit from speaking with dead. Yay, I get a skill or tool proficiency of my choice.
Ooh.
I'm in need of nature, so I'm going to take proficiency in nature.
Supposedly so, given the like ramifications of what has occurred so far, so it seems. So,
Yep, I have a +9 now.
the corpse falling dead once more. What are you doing?
Well, she's a little bit reassured by the thought that something ate this guy, but it's unclear if it was eaten by something. Well, I mean, it's kind of clear that it was eaten by something large and scary, but it's at least... She's hoping that it's less of an emergency than she feels like it is. It's possible that it is still that much of an emergency, but she's going to try to just put that feeling aside and, like... Well, she still can't fit in the damn fountain, but, like...
You could fit in the
there a
fountain.
way
The
she
issue
could-
the issue is making space inside the cadaver's remains to get to the fountain.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I have... It's not nice to disturb the corpse, but I feel like I at least had a nice conversation with the corpse before touching it. And so I want to get in there. And so, just like with as much like, just very gingerly, as respectfully as she can, I'm imagining what she's gonna do with that. I mean, as established, she has Druidcraft as a cantrip. And so, is there like... What is in the way of the fountain? What kind of bone is happening there?
Rib cage, kind of encompassing it. Yeah.
That's what I was imagining, because, you know, the thing with whale falls is that they get like infested by, you know, little worms basically, and that makes the, you know, the bone density just, you know, it wears away and then it's easier to fall off. And so I imagine what she's going to try to do is cast Druidcraft on each of like the little ribs just so that they can like be pulled off easily. Would that work?
Yeah, I'll allow that, absolutely. I think, yeah, you're able to just very quietly kind of using small bits of vines and flowers, and I guess more so your kind of algae and such that kind of goes out from your hand and wraps around it. And there's like this horrible... as you pull some space forward. And there is a hole that you think that you can squeeze into at this point.
Okay. Before she does, she feels bad about the bone, and so she just like gives it a little pat again, just like, thank you, sorry. And she's gonna try to poke her head into the fountain.
You squeeze your body and nestle it inside. You are now in the interior of this half-decayed whalefall, still seeing some of the organs fleshy and squishy underneath you as you step inside, very cautiously trying not to puncture anything. There's a slight oozing from the inside, especially after the ribs are kind of pushed to the side, where you see a small bit of like a smoky kind of... It almost looks like if oil spills could be like vapors that are slightly coming out from where the bones have cracked out of the way, just in the air. This small kind of umbral sensation. It has a very distinct odor to it. But you make your way inside, and as you start to work over to the fountain, begin to lower your head inside, you feel the water pressure change outside. You just know it to be true. Because this deep down, changes in the rest of the water pressure are going to change the pressure of any pockets of air remaining. The air seems to thicken. You hear the sound of something cutting through water and liquid dripping to the ground. Something emerges through where you know the hole in the back of the room is.
Oh. Can I hide in here in the fountain?
You dip yourself into the fountain immediately. You already had that 28 for stealth. As you spin around to go into the fountain, you see a shadow rising over the rest of the room that you can see through the small peaks in the rib cage of this hole that you've made yourself. Another fact from your druidry class appears in your head. The largest form of normal cervidae can dive up to 20 feet. Normal cervidae is a term that does not account for this. Hear a horrible droning noise, droning out as you're inside the fountain. You can see through it. It's like a one-way mirror. You can see up through the fountain, but whatever is on the exterior can only see water. And you can hardly see or make sense of its twisting body. You gave so much attention to give C3 at least some modicum of respect when moving parts of his deceased form. The way that these horns tear apart the bits of spinal cord and bring it inwards to almost like an octopi kind of way of maneuvering and locomotion, brings parts of the spinal cord in and into something you can't see on the interior as everything blossoms back and covers. It's just eating. The limbs rear out of the way to make room for its orifice. The horn scrapes strands of nerve wire like spaghetti. You're dangerously close to being out there. It's dangerously close to accidentally stepping inside the fountain and crushing you with its mass. You just sit in the silence as you watch it feed. There's some places of flowing cloth fused to its body. Its color hasn't faded much. It must not have been in this water for too long if its cloth dye hasn't yet been blanched. Its deep wine-colored tassels hang loosely, occasionally connected with bits of out-of-place gold and dark metal, connected through the rest of its wretched organics. But eventually, It's like the air pressure gets to it. Truth be told, you can breathe in underwater air pockets for some modicum of time, but that air becomes stagnant quickly, and this is stagnant air. Not that you would know, you don't breathe. Its body lurches with sudden panic and animalistic sense as all of its limbs push desperately off the edge of the ground, and makes a horrible miasmic clatter out through the hole again. And the air pressure changes. As you can tell, it shoots up to the surface to go get air.
Okay.
It's gone. And you are tucked inside the fountain.
Okay. This is not good.
It's just the thing.
Well, the thing. Oh. I imagine that, like, Callie's feeling right now is that, like, yes, that's a terrifying, giant thing, but as, you know, as a less giant, possibly less terrifying, but nonetheless kind of a fucked up thing herself, she's kind of just, like, impressed and just sort of, like, just, like, the undercurrent of all, like, the fear that she's feeling right now is just like, wow, that's actually really cool. That there's a giant thing down here feasting on, like, you know, that this is a surviving thing, and there's something beautiful about that, even in the depths of, like, nothingness, whatever this is, that there is something living down here. And she doesn't really want to disturb that. She doesn't want to get eaten either. That she, like, because the question on her mind is like, is this something I'm supposed to kill? And that she doesn't want to. Like, beyond just, like,
Yeah.
you know, the fighting for survival, there's just, like, she doesn't want to hurt the thing. Like, the thing is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
As
so,
you kind of have this just moment of weird, scared awe of watching just nature work in front of you. Are you gonna take in your surroundings inside the fountain now?
yeah, she's looking for what's actually in here.
You feel so big for it now. Of course, it felt like a giant pillow fort castle when you were a kid, but now it's almost comedically small, like you've been cramped into a closet. But there's still enough room. You were raised in a city of Chronergy. A place frozen in time like this makes sense, you guess. Though it's very out of place given how dilapidated the rest of things are here. The pillows you sequestered away to make lunchtime comfier are still here. One of the library books you were too nervous to bring back, due to it being a bit overdue, is still on the ground. The words haven't even faded. The ink and quills you guys stashed away and ripped up parchments pinned up to the wall are still there. You see a small number of, like, kind of tacks have been put into the wall, wooden tacks and such, with, like, small kind of needlepoint rusted edges and such that you've stolen from class to hang up Gideon's art projects, because whenever he returned them home the next day, he'd have a pouty lip and tell you that they'd been put in the trash. So you took to hanging them up here. And your druid class project is here. Intact. Not over. They grow despite conditions that other plants find off-putting, damp and shady coolness, as well as blazing hot hellscapes. Flowers here.
Can I try to, like... Is it like a dirt floor, or is it, like, growing through a crack?
It's in a pot. It's in the little pot that you kept it in that's been...
Okay.
You can tell it's still been knocked over and cracked, but it's been, like, sealed back together. If it looks like the mending spell.
Let's see. She She wants to try. She doesn't. I mean, she loves her little flower, and so she doesn't want to damage it. But she wants to try to like gently take the dirt out of the pot and like clear it away so she can see where the roots go. Could she do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll nature.
I have proficiency now! Hooray!
Surely not another nat
okay.
one.
It's a nat 20. I don't really need it to be a nat 20, then okay.
That's all. You needed that proficiency, or else you wouldn't have gotten that natural 20.
Yes, 29.
Callie, your hands are so much bigger now, and the flower is so much more delicate than what it used to feel like. But despite this, you're able to very gently lower your form and take your little bare claws and start piece by piece taking the clay pot outside and scattering the dirt around a bit and seeing how far the roots go. You're trying to do this being mindful, of course, not to destroy or harm the plant in any way. And it's interesting because as you look at the roots, they're unbelievably healthy. You, honestly, your green thumb was not the best in the world. You were a child, after all. Not
a blue thumb.
Yes, the blue thumb, one could say. As such, when you worked with your plant, it was never perfect, but these are immaculately grown. It's flourishing. And the roots, I mean, they're perfectly comfortable inside the pot. But as you take them out, the roots also kind of almost flare up a little bit and look around almost like they can see. They're moving as if it's alive in some way. The roots almost kind of curl around itself like it's hugging itself as it nestles back in the dirt.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're naked. I'm sorry. She puts like the dirt back on.
Yeah.
Can I cast Speak with Plants?
You absolutely can. Go for it.
Yeah, Speak with Plants is just, it's 10 minutes. It's not Speak with Dead. I can ask any amount of questions. I can just be like, hey. Okay, so she's just, oh, sorry, didn't mean to expose you. Hello.
Hi.
I didn't expect for you to be, thriving down here. Hello.
You've been watered quite well. A nice new pot. Out in the damp and cold. It feels good.
That's good. Do you know who mended this pot?
She was very kind. He doesn't think so, but she is, and she let us grow without pruning us badly.
You notice that the flower, the growth is beautiful, but it's unnatural. It's spiraling up and around and twisting like embers. You've never seen this type of flower bloom in this manner. It's different, but as you're kind of looking at it a little bit further, it's not like deformed in a way that's going to hurt it in the long term or its chances of survival. It's different. It's just some kind of mutation on it, seemingly not even from external factors. Perhaps it's always been like this. And whoever tended for it let it thrive despite that. Didn't prune anything away that was unnecessary just for stylistic purposes.
Right. The dead body up above also mentioned she who came to visit, and I'm not quite sure who that is. Could you maybe describe a little more what she was like?
She would come down here and apologize profusely. She was a little bit different at first, a little smaller, but she kept growing. She can't fit in here all the way anymore, because her body has changed so much, but she still cares for us.
Interesting.
I think
That's
she's
very nice.
I think she's forgotten her name.
Ah. I see. Well, it's good that that she remembers to care for you. It's very sweet.
She's very worried, though, every time she does. Scatters away quickly, helps us, and then runs as if it's going to blow us up, but feels great.
Is it possible that she's running from the, there's a large beast out there? Is it possible that that's what she's running from?
Perhaps. But she always comes back for us. Scary. And she always apologizes.
I see. Well, that's quite sweet.
She can't look at us for long, though. She gets self-conscious, I think. Says many things. How come I can't bloom as beautifully as you can? Why are you so different and I am too, but feel like I'm worse than you? I wish I could love myself like I cared about you. Hope she forgives me. Now that I'm also changed.
Oh, that's very sad. Huh. Thank you for telling me.
Of course.
Well, I suppose I should put you back in your pot. I should ask her, the end question.
Yeah.
What kind of flower is it? Is it any of the flowers we know?
Well, you see, your druid teacher was actually surprised that you picked this type of flower. Told you that only one other student did, and another girl in your class. They're often seen as a sign of misfortune, or as progenitors of dark thoughts, a warning of wretched things. Many have forgotten what they once stood for, which was individuality, and accepting how you stand out. Your begonia plant, upright and grown again, is flourishing down here.
Yeah, that's what I thought was coming. Yeah. Okay. Well, I suppose I should get going. I should continue looking around. But thank you for speaking with me, Begonia. Is there anything else you wanted to share? I suppose I should ask.
I don't know if I'm a normal begonia. Is that alright? I know the assignment is supposed to be about growing something beautiful.
Who gives a damn about the assignment? I think you're quite beautiful.
She thinks you are too.
That's very nice.
You kind of lean away from the flower and gently start putting the pot back together. I'm assuming just using a quick mending on it.
Yeah.
And as you
Well,
do...
she doesn't have an ending, but...
Yeah, well, you're like gently sealing it back up. Yeah, maybe Druidcraft, like kind of helping the roots that kind of also help tug itself back together. You hear the sound of water breaking above you. This time, a much smaller sensation, the giant force that invaded before. As you hear the sound of someone sticking their head through the water fountain.
Oh, Hello, excuse me, sorry. I fear I'm in your way.
You turn around and you see big, wide, and horrified eyes as if you walked into a kid's room and read their diary. As you see the giant, kind of blown out and middle part burnt eyes of that erupted sea elf girl.
Oh, it's you again. Sorry, I've really, I'm in your space, aren't I? I'm sorry.
And she just kind of yelps and instantly turns and scatters and just
Oh,
you hear the sound
okay.
of rustling away.
Oh. Oh, she turns back to the begonia. Was that her?
Yes.
Oh, no. Well, do you speak to her, like physically, or does she just sort of
She
care for you?
speaks to me.
Okay, could you tell her I'm sorry? I feel bad.
She can't hear me.
Oh, I see. Well,
She just thinks she can.
I see. Well, if you could wiggle your roots in a way that indicates to her that I'm sorry, I don't think you can do that.
Go tell her yourself.
I suppose so, if she'll let me. Yeah, and she just gives the flower pot a little pat, and if there's nothing else in this room, she'll crawl out.
You crawl out, and you see that she's still there. That she's like flattened up like against the door, kind of leading out.
Oh, hello. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on your business.
You saw the plant. You saw the flower.
I did see the flower. It's a pretty great flower. I like it a lot.
Bears don't exist in Sepulchernum.
Well, yes, that I was a person and then I was turned into a bear. So I'm, I suppose, the first bear on Sepulchernum.
Bears are my favorite animal.
Oh.
She like kind of does this to her face, like, oh god, why did I say that?
Oh. Well, I mean, I can agree that they're pretty neat. I've never had the privilege of seeing an actual one, so I don't know if I look like an actual one, but
You did.
I did.
She kind of just like her you see her fingers start to extend up to one of the nearby windows, and she's starting to like basically prepare an escape at this point. And she kind of starts like she steps up onto the wall and starts kind of like trailing backward up it. You hear like kind of wet smacking noises as she kind of crawls up with her massive form. It only takes her a couple steps to make it up to the giant window.
Yeah. It's really my fault that I intruded on your space, so you're welcome to go if you want, but I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just sitting here. I'll be on my way out.
I'm gonna hurt you.
Oh, I see.
Kind of tilts her head in shame.
I'm
I see.
nasty and horrible.
Oh,
And
I
ugly.
see.
like the flower that you just hate. You hate it. You hate it. You hate it. You hate it.
I don't hate it.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. She like starts getting closer to the edge where it kind of cuts off into water.
Well, I don't know if I can convince you that I do actually quite like that flower a lot. Well, a long time ago, this little fountain used to be my special spot when I went to school here, and the flower is well, it's one of my favorites. It's one that I picked out myself, and so it made me happy to see it here.
I made it worse, though. I was trying to fix it for you.
You didn't make it worse.
But I didn't. I just let it grow, and I didn't make it all pretty for you. I didn't even get ready for you. I don't think you're real.
This is an odd environment we're both in. I feel quite strongly that I'm real, but I understand that you might not fully believe that. But hold on, I need to check if. Okay, yeah. Speak with plants is. Or hold on. I want to see if I can cast Speak with Plants on her so she can talk to the plant. Ooh. I don't know if other people can hear the plants.
I can allow you to, like, extend a hand and see if you can rope her into
they
this.
have, yeah, they have limited sentience and animation and can communicate with me and follow commands. So I don't know if they can.
I think you can
if you'll allow it.
I'll allow you. Yeah, I think you reach a hand out.
Yeah. The 10 minutes aren't up yet, and so if you want, you could talk to the flower, because the flower seems very...
No, I can't. I can't do magic right. I'm gonna get in trouble. Again. Always, I'm gonna get in trouble.
You're not in trouble.
I'm always in trouble.
From who?
Everyone. My parents, the teachers. Mildred, you. Always in trouble. She, like a bullet, goes into the water, and the last thing you hear is her just yell at 16! 16, as she casts darkness behind her, and like a kind of ink cloud of an octopus speeding away, or a squid rather, just disappears.
I was going to say the flower is very happy.
Your arm kind of drops to the side with the spell still in it that you were going to offer.
Oh.
And you're left. You're left in the academy. Yeah?
Yeah. Is there a role I can make to see if that girl is who I think she is?
Roll insight.
Can do. Man, what the fuck?
Yeah? At advantage.
Third nat one of the session. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You have, I think, clues at this point. You have clues at this point.
What? Okay. Wow, that went from the nat 1 to a nat 20. That's so unnecessary.
What the fuck?
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Deus. Of course it is. You can see the burn marks still ripe in her eyes. That hair that was previously all kind of tied up and attempted to be made prim and proper and well presented has been grown out and extended. She lived. Deus lived. This is where we're gonna go on our quick break. We'll be right back.
Woo.
And we're back where we. Oh, the stream's fucked. Okay, we're back. We're back to normal. It's okay. It's all right. Calm down. All right. Well,
It's fine.
Where we last left. Did you just hear that thing? God damn it.
What thing?
The thing.
Oh. Oh no.
God damn it. No.
Not the thing. God help us all.
Give us a second, chat. The thing.
Oh. Oh no. There's a thing out there. Much like in D&D world, there's also a thing out there in the real world. This is terrible.
Alright, the thing has been quelled. However, I unfortunately think I let a wasp inside. We might be cooked. Okay.
I'm told I sound like bees. Do I still sound like bees?
Happens. That might have been the wasp I let in. Does
I'm
CC
not-
still sound
I'm
like
not
bees?
I'm not supposed to sound like bees.
I don't hear the
That's
bees.
not good. Okay.
Are the bees are the
Why do I
bees
sound
inside
like
the
bees?
Are the bees in the room with us right now, chat? It's just CC. Is
Chat.
it still happening? Is the bees still here?
Am I still bees?
Are the bees here? There's still bees? What do
What?
you mean there's still bees? Are there still bees? Bees?
Did that help me? Bee?
More bees? There's a bee?
Bees? A bee?
Oh?
Is the bee
That's
for
better?
there?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. What happened?
That's so weird. I
'Cause
didn't.
you can't hear it.
No, I didn't hear any bees. That must have been stream side, like something on with your mic. Okay,
Huh.
chat. Full
Well-
confirmation. Can we get a smiley? Can we get a bear
Do I
in
have
chat
bees?
if
Yes
CC
or
has
no?
bees?
Am I full of bees?
Can we get a bear in
What's
chat?
happening?
We get a bear in chat if the bee.
Please,
Okay, bear,
I need a bear in chat.
Okay, we got a bear in chat.
Bear.
No bear.
Okay.
What do you mean no bear?
We're so back.
No bear? What do you mean no bear? Are there bees?
What the hell is happening?
No bees. Okay. I said put a bear in chat if there's bees. If there's not bees. Oh my god.
What is happening? Okay.
We're back. Thank you guys for
It's fine.
your patience, and thank you for helping us with the bee infestation that we apparently. I'm gonna have to rewatch the VOD because I didn't hear any of that. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
you guys
what
are
the
talking
fuck?
about. That
I
there's
hope-
bees.
I hope that wasn't long-term bee infection.
I think it's
I
the
hope
wasp.
that just happened now.
I mean, it's interesting that I just let a wasp inside as well. So interesting. All right, so where we last
okay,
left
I think
off.
it's fine.
Where we last left off, Callie was in the remains of an old ruin of the old academy in Sepulturnum, and had just discovered the true identity of the sea elf girl that has been following the party as Deus, an old childhood bully of Callie's, and the girl that turned Callie into a bear. We may continue.
Yes.
What are you doing?
Well, that's the recognition is there in her mind. She knows who that is, and she's not really sure how to approach it because she doesn't want to chase her. Because I mean, this is not a very safe environment. There's a giant beast, and so I don't want to antagonize this other girl just to like pull her out of her insecurity and try to convince her. Because it's also, I mean, can one really be convinced out of that? Shrug, I don't know. And I think right now her priority is probably just to like just go somewhere else for now, keep looking around, try to
Yeah.
continue avoiding the beast, and look for, because this is very relevant to her personally, that she is not convinced this is what Zabalba was talking about. This doesn't seem like it has anything to do with helping Gideon. It's just like her own baggage.
Yeah. You slowly make your way out of the fountain, or you already did, and so you are currently standing in the midst of this this great room. There is the way out through the back, of course, and the hole in the wall, though there's also the windows and the door, again, which you could fly open once more. Of course, there was that other place you saw, the house in the distance. Is that your next destination?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she, well, I mean, I never looked super closely at the red in the walls here. Is that visible in this room, or not here?
Interestingly enough, whatever that spark was is gone. The second that you got in here, there was no indication of what that was or where it came from, but it was there, and now it's not.
Okay. Yeah, she is gonna head over to the house then, and she's gonna keep up stealth, because there is a beast.
Perfect. Yes. So, continuing out through the water, you find your way out, and once again, you kind of retract all of the glowing lichen out of your arms, and instead match along with the murky depths of the water. Though interestingly, you actually don't recall seeing any set of eyes on whatever it was that barged into the room with you. However, as you start to move, your eyes stay peeled, and you don't see any forms of movement in the great water, especially not nearby. There was also the inky cloud of darkness left by Deus, but she seems to have long since gone. You can't pick up any sign of her. You get the sense that she also is hiding, though perhaps not from the beast, like you are. You make your way to the house?
Yes, indeed.
So, wood, by all means, should rot and wither away in water quicker than stone. Ooh. It should have it should be barnacle encrusted and logged beyond salvage, chipped apart as mere sea splinters, and yet, as you approach, it's dry. Just a small gray cabin with a cozy door and a small wreathed clock on the door. The clock is the only thing that has aged in this entire scene. It's stopped ticking, and it's been aged. It's rusted. There's a couple of barnacles on it. It doesn't match the rest of the exterior. It has been kept in pristine condition. It's strange. You think you recognize this house. Of course, this is the remains of your homeland. You should recognize things, but, well, you wouldn't know every individual house on an entire island. Surrounding the cabin as well are these odd things. As previously mentioned, there was almost like a bird cage around it. What it's made of, well, fleshcraft might be a word for it. Bodies, bloated and drowned, and refitted and retooled for a new purpose, to act like a clawing set of barbed briars around the house, perfectly trapping it in this horrible visage. Interestingly enough, it doesn't look like it's going to keep anything your size or smaller from going out or in. They're for something bigger.
I see. Well, maybe that's a good thing, if the beast cannot fit. I suppose. So, just, yeah, she'll poke her head in.
You go to approach the briars, the barbs, and as you do, you see a slight twitch of movement. His eyes that were previously rolled all the way back into just white, just kind of, it's almost weird because it looks like they 360 backward and go back up and blink at you as if a camera has activated on this cage.
Oh, hello.
Do you still press
sorry.
closer to it, or do you just like back up a little?
Yeah, I mean, she backs up a little, and she's gonna try to, like, knowing that she's obviously seen, she's not gonna hide.
It takes a warning swipe at you, knowing that it's not gonna hit you. It just through the water.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I, just looking around.
Don't
Is there...
come closer. You hear it in your head, like a piercing needle.
I won't. said swipe with. Was that able to be
Claws.
seen at all? Claws.
It's like a bunch of hands, and like it's like very stretched bodies that have been used as the scaffolding that are kind of linked together with hands, and the hands can like rake out and swipe, and they're very long. They extend like 15 feet out, each of them.
Ah. Okay. Well, she just, she takes a little step back and just like, I'm sorry to intrude on your home. I'm
Not
not here to do.
home. Not home anymore.
Well, I'm sorry to intrude on the space you're residing in. I mean you no harm.
Protecting the rest of the body.
Body.
Sepaternum.
Ah, I see. You're protecting it from what? From the, is it the beast out there?
It kind of constricts inward a little bit and kind of like hugs the kind of exterior of this cabin a little tighter.
Not from what is out. From what is inside.
Ah. I feel like I'm intruding. I feel quite bad. So if you want me to go away, that's completely all right. But
You wanted your answers, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did, but I don't want to be rude.
I want you to look at them for just a moment. Deeply. And use that critical thinking of yours. Especially given a condition that you were previously in.
Okay. She'll do that.
Roll. What do you feel like is appropriate here? It's up to you to make a check of how, like, what angle you want to deduce this from.
Investigation?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's a 30.
Jesus!
15 plus 15.
That would do it. Hearing this voice rake back into your mind again, you look a bit closer at this cage of bodies. You see the way that their eyes all sway at the same movement, and the same kind of lens clicking, zoom in and out on your features. These people, right? I mean, there's a bunch of them. You'd think that they'd have some semblance of separation between them, given the fact that they can seemingly unhook themselves, but it seems as if, like a machine, they've been given a purpose rather than an existence. Like simple body parts made out of people. And there's almost a twisted, violated feeling in your body. Because that's what you felt like when you were a star spawn. Nothing more than a function. Stripped of what made you a person.
I see.
And
Yes,
what do you see in this?
Well, it's quite a complicated machine made out of individual living things.
Right.
Would this be the same body that C3 was referring to, or is it just a similar concept?
Oh yes. The same body. All part of the same interconnected, messy web. It's a terrible thing.
I see.
Kind of. You don't exactly know where this voice is coming from, because you don't see Zabalba anywhere. He's just kind of speaking into your brain. It's a horrible thing to be twisted in ways not for a, well, educated purpose, but just out of, well, sheer incompetence has willed this to be so. It's a violation. They were all people once, and trust me when I say they feel every excruciating second of this. But could they express it if they tried? No. That is the function that they have been gruesomely twisted into. It's a mockery, really. A twist into a monster, without any purpose, really, beyond benign, insolent, meaningless fear. How do you think it feels to turn into something like this? How did it feel for you?
How much does she remember? I should ask you.
I think you feel the webs of like a skeletal hand reaching into your head and almost plucking those informations to the surface of your mind.
Mm-hmm.
The things you did, muffled deep in the depths of a body that should by all means be yours, but you can't control it, can't do anything inside of it. You're there for a function. Your body moves and you can't control it. It's a horrible thing watching from the inside as you're piloted by someone else, and used to do things that you would never have signed up for. Your hand reaching forward, casting sun magic that you don't feel the warmth of. There's just a cold callousness to it.
Mm-hmm. For me, it felt like I was in the backseat of my body. I had no control over what I was doing, or really even my thoughts, or anything at all. I was just all the way in the back, not even really fully aware. I don't know if that's exactly comparable here, but...
Oh, no. I think it very much is. I think we have the most power in our minds, in our brains. They are the most powerful part of the body, so the most important aspect. Seeing instructions with the physical form that seek to make no use of the form's greatest aspect. It's a mockery. It's a deranged neurosis instead of apt, purposeful building. Such woeful incompetence should not be forgiven. It's a cruel fate you suffered, and it's a cruel fate that they're suffering as well. Honestly, if Veldrin did anything good, our transformations, it's that he let us keep our minds. If this were not at the end of the road for you, this transformation to what you are now, Callista, if you were still a starspawn, would you prefer to be alive or would you prefer to be dead?
I didn't want for anything. I didn't feel anything. I wasn't conscious enough to be aware of my situation.
Many such cases in the ailing, frail minds of species who age. They go through similar things, do they not? But that's why many of them write their will in testament to say that once they've lost all bearing of themselves, that they are to be let down put down. Would you have wished for the same? You were given the opportunity before you were turned? Do you prefer to die as yourself? Or keep living as another? Monstrous thing. Twisted, corrupted thing. Without any sense or bearing, just madness.
That's a difficult question to answer. Because you're not asking them. You're asking me. And I'm not entirely confident that it's analogous. If they have their minds, and you have a great deal of power, I'm aware, is there something you'd like to tell to them?
You see, I have spoken to them. Of course I have. You think I haven't? Oh. Callista, I'm afraid some things are more complicated to be solved in idle conversation. That's when decisions need to be made. I'm asking you to make a decision, given what you know.
What I know is that I'm missing quite a lot of context. And if you have spoken to them, then...
You feel the connection click off in your head.
Okay. What was that like for how long was that conversation? Is the thing that's watching her, like, are they aware of the telepathy group chat that just happened, or?
You get the sense that they think that you've done something like that, yeah. There's kind of like
Okay.
tilting.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had a visitor in my mind. May I ask, I spoke to a former piece of your system, and they were under the impression that you were not meant to be down here.
Oh. Yes. Most are shunned down here. As this is where nothing should be. But we are down here because we have to. It's our purpose. Things that have been shunned cannot escape to infect the body again.
I see. So it's not that you were shunned, that you're defending one that was shunned.
Like a warden.
I see. And so... Interesting. Is there, like, there's probably no way to, like, peek in through the limbs, is there?
No.
I don't want to interrupt your system, but I am very curious what is inside.
We can't allow anything inside, lest it get out.
Right. I don't mean allowing the entrance. Would you be willing to share a little more?
Why? Get you close to the infection? You think it isn't airborne? Think it can't reach you?
I'm interested in avoiding it if I know enough about it so that
Then go
if
back.
it's ever seen.
You wish to avoid it, then leave.
The individual I spoke with was by the name of C3. Would you be willing to share the name of the individual in there?
C3. I misunderstood. Yeah. I thought you mean like
yeah.
inside.
No, the other one I spoke to.
It's not an individual, it's an infection.
Infection,
There are
then.
many infections, diseases, mad illnesses that spread down here.
Right. And I'm just trying to understand, is the infection here...
You cut out. Take that again?
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to understand, is the infection here currently residing in a living form?
So many things. So much of it has already gotten inside. We're trying to keep the rest of it out.
Okay. And there is nothing you can do besides quarantine? There's no treatment or killing involved?
We've tried to kill it. Keeps coming back.
I see.
It's already inside. Already inside, no matter how many of them we kill. It keeps reanimating itself. Like how we do, but worse. But worse and growing and spreading and spreading and spreading and spreading and planting its horrible seeds. Even with this small amount it's growing, if more got in, we're all consumed by the far realm.
Generally on this plane
You're cutting out a little bit?
to
Oh. Are you back?
Mm.
Ooh.
I should probably reset my hotspot.
Yeah. Go do that real quick and then we'll get back to that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How do I sound? Is it better?
You sound good, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I turned it off and on again. That should
Alright,
help.
perfect. Hell yeah. So could you take that again?
Yeah. So what she was saying was, well, the Fall Realm is a bit of an exception considering everything, but on this plane at least it's generally very difficult for things to reanimate perpetually, and that inclines me to believe that there's a source that is causing it to reanimate perpetually. Do you have any idea what it is? Is it the Well, I saw a bit of a crevice to the far realm previously. Do you think it might be that?
All living, horrible things. I can function with such purpose. The brain.
Right.
Even if you strip the body down to nothing, if the brain remains, then so too do the prions.
I see.
The ever unfurling proteins. Infections that spread and spread and spread.
I see.
There are too many ill things down here. Too many ill things in different ways.
I understand. It's quite scary. Infection.
Yes, it is. I do actually agree with the notion that illness can be mortifying. Clicks back in.
Hello.
Hello. I suppose you've made your investigations. You know what lies behind this door now, don't you?
Well, I suppose I do.
So, I have a question for you, Callie.
Mm-hmm.
Am I an infection to you? An illness?
You have a choice, don't you?
Of course I
The
do.
things that... Yes.
And I'm saying I
things
do
that
this.
you-
I do this for a purpose. Do you think an illness would go about things in such a method? What? For what purpose? Do you think an illness has the capabilities to do things with purpose? Am I nothing more than an illness?
I wouldn't say so, but I'm not entirely sure if this is a equivalent comparison, because illness, it has a prerogative, of course. It seeks to self-perpetuate at the risk of anything around it, but it doesn't necessarily scheme or plan or
It
make
just spreads.
decisions on what... Right.
Like a fire, one could say.
Right, it doesn't decide what to sacrifice and what to keep around.
It just burns.
So I wouldn't call you an illness.
So this illness you speak of, it spreads uncaring of what is burnt around it, yes? It just keeps going for the lick had a chance at spreading and surviving, yes? That, to you, is illness?
Seemingly, yes. I could be wrong, of course.
No, I think you're onto something. I certainly think you are. I wonder, seen this in people before? Growing, uncontrolled, ravaging chaos, overtaking the mind and warping it. I'm curious if you've noticed well. I suppose you've been left with much to think about, aren't you? Of course, there is still the matter of this cage, of this body, of me, and the like. So I suppose I'm going to circle back to another question for you, Callista. I promised you an option of learning truths the others cannot know. And not only that, I can put you back together, Callista, with your mind and your body. And I can show you who is truly ill. It's your choice. You just have to break a couple of bars down, don't you?
I'm flattered, but I'm not currently particularly in need of your talents. If I'm ill, then, well, I suppose that's a whole question, if whether or not you can tell if you're ill. But I have quite a few second opinions about me, and so I think I'll leave that up to them. I do appreciate it, though.
Oh, Moonflower. It's not you that I think is ill. I'm just trying to protect you from who actually is.
I see.
So, I'll take that as a decline.
For now, if that's all right.
Yes, I suppose that is right. Though, I fear that wriggling your way inside of these bars was the only chance that you had at escaping Satari, wasn't it?
Is that the name for the beast?
I thought it was the name of an old friend of yours, but... well, as we both know, things change, don't they? The water pressure heightens. Horrifically quick behind you. You were able to turn around quick enough to not have already been engulfed, but not quick enough to see anything other than what face that creature's small maw is made of. The horrible movement feels like you've entered a whirlpool, as your body is tugged and your stomach rolls from the sudden shift in velocity as you go from milliseconds away from a mouth to having a mere 10-foot clearance of this thing's massive form, having been yanked to the side by 10 small strands of extending rope-like fingertip appendages. As Deus pulls you out of the way of its oncoming, mauling mouth. Go away! No! You're not sure which one she's screaming it to, as the hulking form of horns and armor turns on a swivel. The dead eyes of an old friend being covered in clicking appendages that turn to grab. Roll for initiative.
Okay. The nat 20. What the fuck's happening? I don't need a nat 20 for initiative, but okay.
Alright. And just full-on genuine question, would you prefer a battle map or not?
Yeah, I'll have a battle map. Why not?
Give me just a second to prepare your battle map. Because I have... Deus Ex Machina.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna
I'm
go.
trying to think. Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're gonna go first in initiative, but let me just get this up. Feel
Okay.
free to think
Yep.
in the meantime.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I'm trying to think of what Gideon told her. I suspect that Satari's name never even came up. Because, like, that's, like,
Yeah,
maybe she did?
You didn't know what happened. I don't think you knew what happened to Satari. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure Gideon told you that Satari, like, was sent to another realm and is, like, gotten fully fucked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in light of everything else that has happened, she fucking forgot. So
Yeah,
this
happens.
is the first time she's thought about Satari, and then why? Well, I mean, ever she's thought about Satari, and she's like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Rhodes' icon for Deus, just because it
Okay,
makes the
fair
most sense for me, just given the situation. Also, I didn't have time to make Deus an icon. Okay, so, and you two are both large creatures. Large creakers.
Ooh, Lorg.
Okay. Well, you and Deus are large versus, I mean, you'll see.
Yeah.
So, let me screen share to you. And, of course, for our lovely audience, let's take a look at our battle map. So, in the midst of this kind of dead ocean nearby to the cabin, we have the giant form of Satari. We have Callie, and we have Deus, pulled just out of the way. First in initiative is Callie.
Oh, dear God. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I need to pull up control water again. I need to see what control water does.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Okay, how far does this go?
That's a good question.
One of the options is redirect flow. And my hope is that I can, like, control water and just push her, like, very far up so that she cannot get cannot get over here and murder me. The range is, I have no idea how much, like, area this is, because it's a cube. It's 100-foot cube.
Huh. I mean, I think that is the cube that you can control water in.
Okay. Yeah, because for some reason it has different radiuses and areas for all the different options, and this one doesn't say the specific thing.
Control flow?
Yeah, redirect flow.
That's fucked. Why doesn't it say that?
I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't say it for part water either.
For part water. Well, I'd assume then it would be the entire radius of the spell, question mark? Hold on, I think... Yeah. Ethan, stop doxing Satari in chat! Yeah. So I think theoretically you should be able to do just like the full area of effect on this.
Okay, yeah, because that would be nice. Okay, so can I assume safely that Satari is taller than us?
Oh, 1,000%, like 1,000,000,000% is larger in every fucking way than you two.
Okay, because I'd like to make the 100-foot cube on top of us, that I don't want, like, I think the physics don't work here, but that's okay because it's magic. I want it to, like, start going upwards, like, above our heads so that we're not pulled along, that Satari is.
Okay, so you're trying to make a flow that, like, sucks Satari in, basically.
Yes, that's my hope.
Okay,
I'm not entirely sure if that would work.
I mean, I feel like I have to make some kind of save for this to, like, resist against the flow. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Does it say anything about that on the spell? Or is the spell just fucked and vague?
This one's vague. There's the whirlpool thing that says it's an athletics check against my spell save DC. So
I feel like
guess
I feel
it would
like
be that.
I feel like it would be a strength save to push against a flow, and then be pushed a certain amount. I think is what would make the most sense here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
strength.
this is a giant creature, so this might not work.
Yeah.
But
So the strength save here is going to total to. Sorry, Satar. Sorry, Callie. That's a 24.
okay.
We'll push her.
Is there
up.
anything I can do?
We'll push her up like 5 feet. Yeah. So she gets slightly staggered back as you push this kind of force of water towards and try and yank her upward. But just the sheer mass of this giant creature before you is just able to fully withstand.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, I tried. Okay, can I?
This is also your swim
okay,
speed,
good.
by the
Okay,
way.
this is a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah?
Here's a question. How tall is this water?
It goes up. It goes fucking up. Like 200 plus feet up.
Okay. If I go into this water speed boost that I just made, can I make the full 100 feet?
I think it would double your swim speed while you're inside the current, going in that
'Cause
particular direction.
I have the flyby thing with my spear, so I can move 60 feet with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so is that doubled?
Yeah, I would absolutely allow that to be doubled.
Okay, because what she's thinking right now is just like, get her and Deus out of here. Like, she's bringing Deus along. She's not just abandoning Deus here.
Uh-huh.
They're just up into this speed boost, and she's using a bonus action with her spear to just shoot into the sun. I don't know if decompression is a problem in magic world.
Fuck yeah. I'm gonna say no, it's not a problem in magic world. So basically, yeah, no, you take the spear out, just kind of flip it out from the air, and are just going to kind of spin it around, feel the drag of the water, but then activate as stars ripple to life, and it feels like a hot knife cutting through butter with how smoothly it goes through the water and kind of breaks through the pressure of it all. You can actually see the starlight around it boiling the water to the point, kind of like how a mantis shrimp does that shit, where it punches so fast the water boils away. And you, I'm assuming, grab onto Deus?
Mm-hmm.
And you have flyby, so you over top. And let's just pretend this shit is vertical now. So Satari down here. And you're able to, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60... 65, 70. So you basically get all the way up here. We're gonna put you at the other fucking side of the map.
I made you get this battle map for me, and then I just leave it.
Just fucking dip. Just immediately get out. Just leave. It's reasonable. It's a good decision. Okay.
Yeah.
That is your turn, as you just immediately grab Deus and just charge up through the water and start fucking swimming for your life. All right.
We need to go.
Yeah, we do. Deus is going to look down, as you guys do indeed see this thing starting to surface after you guys, and Deus is going to I think what Deus is gonna do is gonna because I think I have range to do this. I'm pretty sure I do. Deus is going to hold an action to cast catapults for when this thing comes within 60 feet. Or rather, when this thing comes within 90 feet. And Deus is going to fucking chuck a piece of, the underground rubble at this motherfucker. As you just, see Deus, reach a hand out, and she's going to go... 17! As she reaches her hand out, and some of the nearby rubble kind of, goes to her hand and starts swirling around it in the water as she, holds it forward and is ready to fire. And she's gonna swim a little bit up. Just imagine, woo, you guys are swimming up a little bit more. So you're still all the way up there. So
are we 150 away now?
Yeah, you're 150 away. So
okay.
That is going to bring us to Satari's turn.
Satari.
Hi. So immediately there is just an absolute ravaging force that is trailing behind you. With you guys not doing anything to slow it down, it is absolutely just going to push its body, like its shocking mass, through the water with a horrifying speed, and is going to dash, which is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, and that would be another 45. Oh, let me see where that goes, actually. So another 45 gets here. So it is, like, gaining on you guys pretty fast. If it went that, so you guys are about, I think, 60 feet away right now from it, if my maths is correct. So it just rushes through the water behind you guys, horns and antlers kind of clicking, these massive moose antlers on the front kind of unfurling in front of you and trying to snap at you like an alligator's maw. And as you see this, it's actual, like, some of its horns are going to twist around, and you see it beginning to cast. So, this thing can fucking cast. So, actually, it used its action to dash, so it can only bonus action now.
What's your bonus action, girly?
What's my bonus action? What's my bonus action? Okay, bonus action, Hexblade's Curse, and that is going to go onto you, Callie. You feel a mark kind of go up your spine as immediately this kind of like, this hexing pattern starts to kind of run up your arms, and you are marked. Like, your whole arms and the kind of like the lichen inside them just flashes red, as you also see that red flash from somewhere deep inside this mass's form as it starts rushing towards you. It is back to your turn. And also Deus held action goes off. So, so massive thing of rubble is going to shoot off towards this giant creature, and we'll see what it does. So that is catapult, so I need to make a dexterity saving throw. With a shocking amount of, it's not even finesse and dexterity, it just fully crashes through the rubble. It just fully it immediately splits in two. It's done. The rubble does absolutely no fucking damage, as whatever this is just crashes right through it.
Okay. Okay. So my turn again. Hi.
Yeah.
These physics do not check out. I'm saying this to you because this is a fantasy world, and I don't know if I can be expected for it to check out. And so I understand if this doesn't work, but here's what I want to try to do. I can part water.
Yes.
So can I make... If I use my bonus action...
If you're asking if you can fucking, like, if you can, like, Titanic, like, just fully air compress this thing to death, I'm gonna say no.
No, I don't mean air compress. I mean make, like, a pit of air that she would fall down into.
I actually don't see why that wouldn't work.
If it's worth anything, Callie used to be a graviturgy wizard, and she's a big fan of gravity.
Wait. Half of this water isn't water. It wouldn't fully clear out. You can't make an open space. I'm sorry.
I see. Darn, that's okay.
Establish the rules.
Okay. Well, I still have it. I can still do something with it. Hummer. Well, I mean, my action is gonna be just, like, moving the 100-foot cube up a little bit to engulf her, but not us, and just push down. And so it'll be another strength save.
Another strength save. And that's a natural 20, so absolutely fucking not. Like, just continues, like, you try to put that water pressure down, but just snaps up and forward and just continues to bare open jaw, like, approach you.
Okay, yeah. Well... Yeah, I mean, bonus action continuing to use her spear's, fly speed. She's just gonna grab onto Deus and just, like, keep going up, get the hell out of here.
Alright,
so that's gonna be another 60 feet.
Okay, 60 feet. My mouse decided to vanish. I think... So you were already kind of 60 feet away, so you'd be 120, so I think that makes the gap around, like... Let me just double check. My mouse! That's
I'll
90
believe
feet.
it. Okay.
That's like 100. I think that's accurate. That makes sense to me.
I feel so bad about this battle nap. I made it and then I'm leaving.
Just getting out of dodge. No, it's completely reasonable. Oh my god, where did my mouse go? Alright, so that is your turn. You're just rushing away with Deus?
Yep. Yeah, that's...
Alright.
Yeah, that's all I gotta do.
Yeah, for reference, Deus has 60 feet of swim speed, so basically is taking her movement speed in tandem with you.
Nice. We love that.
Let me... If my mouse can work... My mouse can work. Thank you, please. Alright, that is going to bring us to next initiative, which is going to be Deus.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Deus is, seeing that the rubble did absolutely nothing, Deus is going to attempt, and I'm gonna see if I have the range for this. Yeah, Deus is just going to attempt to cast Hypnotic Pattern, which it is in range. Ooh. As she's gonna, like, try, like, seeing what you were trying to do with the kind of, like, air removing and such, Deus is gonna try and, like, warp the kind of, like, time and space. You see her hands kind of shaking as she does, and she kind of grits her teeth and goes, 18? As this twisted, kind of far-right, like, apparatus apparition starts twisting and morphing the air. So that creature has to make a wisdom saving throw, and if it's charmed by this spell, it is incapacitated and has the speed of 0. Unfortunately, that is a success, and immediately it just passed the hypnotic pattern.
Who has silver barbs when you need it?
And I think Deus just, like, she looks fucking devastated and just goes, it never works, it never works! Alright.
Let's just get out of here.
Okay, that is going to bring us to Satari, if I can get my mouse working. Okay, Satari is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, so it's gotten back up here, and is going to take her shadowy step, which is like the drow thing. Let me see exactly.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Or the Shatterkai thing. As you start to see, like, these kind of strange feather-like appendages starting to grow out of this already morphed body, as the Blessing of the Raven Queen, that is 30 feet of teleportation, that's a bonus action, so that is going to be, oh my god, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, absolutely, as you just see this creature absolutely fucking gaining on you and Deus. Mouth still wide open, jaw surging. And I believe, let me just double check. Yep, I have, let me check what my reach is. Oh, my reach is 15 feet, and I'm 15 feet away from you guys, because I have a giant fucking pole arm that is like double the size of your 10,000 fucking body. I don't even know. It's just giant weapon. As you see a bunch of these like kind of horns and appendages like peel backward, as a spear, well known to you, Velikor, the one that Satari fought with her fucking life trying to get you guys to safety. You see as it springs out towards you once again with this horrible force, like a harpoon's kind of piercing through the water. So, I am going to... I am going to use Great Weapon Master, so I'm going to take a -5 penalty to the attack roll, but I add +10 to the attack's damage. Okay. So to hit, that is going to be that -5. 1 second. Calculator, please work. I have to use my fucking phone because my cursor vanished again. Amazing.
Oh no.
It does this often. Calculator. Okay, so that was that plus that -5. That is a 26 to hit. Does that hit you?
Yes, that does hit me.
Great Weapon Master, that is going to do 15 points of slashing damage, 4 points of psychic damage, 6 points of necrotic damage, and is going to do an extra 10 points of damage from Great Weapon Master, as the spear lunges forward and just strikes into your body and sends a chill up all parts of you. Your mind, your just everything. Your mind, your body, you feel this necrotic force pushing through you as well. There is immense, deep, and twisted force in this almost horribly commanding strike. So, Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Is there... could you put all those numbers together for me? I have no resistances to any of those things.
Okay, perfect. Let me get that for you in just a second. I gotta
Thank you.
get that music again because it fucked off.
No problem. That's okay.
Okay, so all together, let me do the math here for just a second. So that was
Thank you.
that was 14 slashing plus 4 psychic plus 6 necrotic plus 10 for a total of 34 points of damage.
34. Sounds good.
34, and from there,
Alright.
Velicor is going to like reach out and try to strike at you again. As a reaction, Deus is going to do yank, is going to try and yank you out of the way. You gain a +5 to your AC.
Ooh.
But I am not great weapon mastering this. Does a 25 hit you with a +5 to your AC?
Yes, I fear.
Sad fucking
Wish I had shield. I don't have
days.
shield anymore.
Sad day. So yeah, you feel as Deus tries to yank you out of the way, but still kind of it changes courses and another harpoon shot to your gut. That's another 34 points of damage. And Deus is just, no,
Oh, okay.
you're bleeding. You're bleeding. You're real. You're real. Just a horrified revelation. And for a third thing, Satari is just letting out this horrible noise and is going to mind blast in a 60-foot cone, and both you and Deus have to make an intelligence
no.
saving throw.
Oh, no.
Oh, Deus.
Okay, well, that's a 28. That's pretty... Oh, Deus. Oh, I can't give guidance as a reaction. Oh, no. Oh, Deus, can I help you at all? I don't know if I can.
How about this?
Yeah, I got a 28.
I'll let you fucking gamble on this. How much do you want to subtract from
Yeah?
yours to give to Deus?
Oh,
I'll let you only do this
boy.
once. I'm not going to make this a pattern of doing this, but I want to
Yeah.
give you this. You seem adamant on helping Deus.
You're not gonna tell me what she rolled, right?
Nope.
Okay.
And I also haven't told you if you've succeeded
If-
or failed yet.
Right. If what she rolled was a nat 1, would me giving her something unnat that 1?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's little I can do. I don't feel confident that I can save her, like, enough to hit the DC, but I want to unnat her 1, so I'll give her, like... I'll give her, like, 2. I'll make mine a 26.
The DC was actually 15.
I'm sorry, Days.
She rolled a 14. Giving her just 1 would have saved
Oh,
her.
yay.
As such,
Yay.
you guys are going to take half of this damage and not be stunned. So you guys are going to take 11 points of psychic damage and are able to keep yourself from being stunned.
Okay.
So, as you just feel this rupturing pulse go through your mind, and Dea shrieks out from next to you, but I think you just, like, put a hand on her shoulder and are able to steady her enough for it to not just completely blow her fucking mind. That is Satari's turn. It's your turn.
It's okay, let's just keep going. And I think what she's gonna do is... How close are we to the surface now?
You're very close. You're very close.
Okay.
You're, like, there.
Then... Yeah. This control water, it was a cool idea. It's not fucking working. I'm gonna do something different with my action.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to... I think it makes the most sense to use my... I've got Magic Missile with my Robe of Stars. It's 5th level, so I think I'll do a sensible Magic Missile. And if she has Shield as a reaction, then I'm fucked. But otherwise, okay. Okay, so that's what is that? 5d4?
One would think.
Level? Is that
yeah.
what it is?
I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, 5d4.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll just do a sensible Magic Missile. Does she have Shield as a reaction?
Shockingly, she does not have shield as a reaction, at least that she is casting
Yay.
right now.
Okay, fair enough. Alright. So 5d4.
5d4.
Okay, that's wow, I rolled like shit. That's terrible.
That's okay.
But that's just 15 force damage. I did something.
All right, 15 force damage. Yep, you send out those magic missiles towards her, just kind of ricochet off her hide. She is still very healthy at this given moment. But do you continue to swim up towards the shore?
Yeah, let's can I go any faster if I do?
Thank
no,
fucking
it's
God
literally
that
the
I
same.
have a shore map ready. So
Thank
let me just drag this shit in here real quick. I was like, did I purchase a shore map and like load it?
Thank you.
It's not loaded up, but let me get it for you.
Thank you.
All right. So so you just grab Deus after
She's gonna
shooting
do
off these
her...
and yeah.
Yeah, bonus action again to do the flyby, and let's see if... Is it like 60 feet up to the surface, or is it like less than that, or more than that?
It's like 45 feet to the surface, and then you can crawl up on top of it.
Okay, because I guess she'll... I don't know, man, like at a diagonal, so that she doesn't like catapult us into the air.
Perfect.
And it's also a little further away from Tatari. I'll do it like that.
Perfect. So once this loads in, I'll be able to put you properly on the map.
It will load. Trust.
I think as you break out from the water, Deus is clinging to your kind of like waist and such, and her eyes are wide, staring not at the monster that is chasing you down, but staring at you, and kind of just wrapping her fingers kind of around your shoulders, and she's just muttering in pure terror, "You're actually real? You're real? You're real?"
Yes, it would be maybe more convenient if I wasn't real and this wasn't my problem, but it is.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Callie.
I'm not mad at you. You're not in trouble.
And
just need to get out of here alive, okay?
And this is as you break from the water and oh my God, please upload fucking file, I swear to God.
Please.
Let me stop streaming on Discord for a second.
Maybe, yeah.
Let me do that. Let me turn off my camera, see if that helps. See if this makes it any faster. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Please.
Cheer it on.
Sure battle map.
Cheer, roll 20
Come on. Battle map. Woo, yes. Come on, roll 20, you can do it. I believe in you.
It is most certainly, oh my God, it is most certainly not doing it.
Fuck. Can you cancel it? Can you redo it?
Probably. Give me just a second, actually. Ooh, oh God, the music stopped. That's horrifying. What have I done?
Oh.
The shore battle map. What if I am not actively streaming it? Does that fix the bandwidth problem? No? Okay. May take a couple of minutes depending on the speed of your connection. Fuck you! Well, chat. This is the way. Roll 20 just fucking us over, eh? In the midst of a devastating and daring encounter.
We can... I'm sorry. I'll believe what you tell me about the shore. I don't need to see it.
All right. That's okay. Yeah, we will move on without the shore for now. Instead,
alas.
Yes. So, instead, can I interest you in... What do I have? What other battle maps do I have that are already inside here that I can just drag and drop in as a temporary cool shore? I really don't have much. Do you want a fucked up bloody, like,
That's
really...
okay.
Do you want a really fucked up and bloody scene? Actually, wait. This works. This absolutely works.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah,
Let me get that dragged in. It'll work.
Yay! Surely this will load in.
Okay.
Surely.
It certainly has. Okay. Now I just need to move it into place.
Yay! Okay. We're so back.
And now... Hey, chat. How's this look for a nice battle map? What do you guys think on this? Okay. Let me go
I don't know anything.
Yeah, so we're gonna make the shore... Oh my God. Okay. Shore. Atari is still in the water. You guys right here. You guys got 60 feet away, I think?
Yes, a little bit of a diagonal. I don't know. It doesn't matter that much.
It matters to me. All right, let's get this up for
Okay.
you.
Yay.
Okay, yay. Oh my god, my fucking cursor comes back. Finally. All right, so
Oh,
bit of a diagonal, and let me
Stream.
get. Is it not working?
okay, there we are. Hello.
Yeah.
Yep, I can see.
So
Wow.
as you guys make
This
your
is not
way,
promising.
you guys make your way onto the shore, and around you are these cracked, kind of jagged rocks around you as you curl up on top of it. In fact, they're not rocks at all. No, as you start to crawl onto land with Deus next to you and kind of make this diagonal and touch down to the floor once again with, oh, what the fuck? The shore!
Oh,
The shore!
no.
Why did it appear?
No.
Why did the shore appear? I canceled your download, you piece of shit! As you make your way up this fucking area and you land to the ground, you touch down upon what feels like fabric beneath your feet, crunching against you as you are in a depths of sorts. There is darkness, walls made of flesh and clothes and bone and something else. There's something deeply wrong about this ground. You're in a shunning ground. Deus, grabbing onto you, is going to look over with eyes that seem to know this place far too well and go, there's a lift this way, and points up towards where there is a small rickety metal lift. So, was that your turn? I think that was your turn.
Okay, let's go.
Right, so that is going to bring us to Deus's turn. Deus turns around, seeing that the beast is still following you guys, and she is just going to...
Yes, it was. I'm just for... Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, did your Wi-Fi fuck or did mine?
Oh, sorry. Oh,
The internet's fucked. We're all fucked.
lagging.
It's
Am
so
I here?
Jober. Yeah, hello, you're here. This is my internet this time being fucked up.
We might both be fucked. Okay, I just gotta say, bookkeeping, I'm...
Yeah? No!
I was supposed to think that says any skill check. Does that count?
You cut out. What did you just say?
Hello? Oh,
Hello?
no.
Hello?
Oh, God. Oh, hello. Oh, heavens.
Hopefully it restabilizes.
The Wi-Fi.
Give it all of just a second.
I did concentration checks for the...
Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay. Yeah. Am I coming through? Am I alive?
Yeah,
Hello?
you are. My internet's fucked. No!
Hello?
The bandwidth!
Okay.
Help!
Oh no. Back.
God damn it. Hello?
Would it
Okay,
help if
okay.
you stop
Hold on.
sharing for a second?
No.
And you can redo it?
I think we're good. I think we're back. I think we're solid again.
Okay.
I can hear you. Stream seems to be back
Okay.
up. It seems to have reconnected.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're back. So, you were about to say something about bookkeeping rules.
Okay, we're
before
so
we-
back.
Yes.
Yeah, concentration checks for the damage I took.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I can put knowledge from a past life
Yeah,
on
you can.
concentration
You can.
checks.
You can.
Okay, yeah, because I need one more to pass the save. And I
Perfect.
need one more. Okay, I got one more. Yay.
All right.
So,
perfect.
I
So-
did 26 on the one, 23 on the other, and now it's I took 11 damage of psychic, so the DC is just 10, and I got
Perfect.
13 now. So, we're good.
Gotcha. Okay.
I still have control water active.
As you guys are running and such, and you feel this horrible beast behind you, I think Deus looks at you with an eye of, I don't think we're gonna make it.
We will.
It's faster on water
gonna,
than it
okay?
is. It's faster in air than it is in the water.
Well, let's be faster.
I think she looks at you and kind of looks at her hand and is going to lick her lips for just a second and is going to quicken spell haste onto you. As she reaches out and is going to cast that onto you. Just haste, so willing creature that you can see within range, +2 bonus to AC, speed is doubled, advantage on dex saves, and an additional action on each of its turns that can be used to attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use an object. So, she is going to press that against you and is going to go, I gotta be faster. Okay, 19.
Yeah.
19. And I think she turns back towards the great creature that is making its way towards you guys. It's still getting out of the water right now and kind of taking its hulking form and climbing up some rocks. And she's gonna turn back to you. I didn't mean to turn you into that. I didn't mean to. It was my magic. It's wrong. I'm wrong. I've always been wrong. And I'm sorry for getting you into it and making you this.
This phone kept me alive for as long as I did in Sepaternum. Did you know that? I would have been a goner immediately, but they didn't know I was an elf, so I died eventually, but I made it a lot farther. I'm not mad at you, Days. And I don't think you're wrong.
Every 20th spell I cast is a nightmare. It's madness. It's wild and it's awful, and I did this to you, and I kind of raises her. She just looks at you with desperate eyes. I think it's gonna get us if I don't.
We're gonna get out of here either way. If you want to try it, go ahead. No matter what, I'm getting you out of here.
You won't hate me, be mad at me, scold me if I do it.
No. No, I won't.
Even though I'm a monster.
I don't care if you're a monster. I don't think you are, but what does that matter anyway?
She is going to turn around and is going to hold a hand out, and with her actual action, because that was bonus action quicken spell haste, is going to prepare telekinesis for if it gets close enough to strike. And as you see her holding this out, there is a spiraling kind of in her hand as this is occurring. And her eyes kind of begin to also have this horrible kind of miasmic pattern that starts going deep inside her head, and you just hear it feels so good. It is Satari's turn. As
Hello.
50 starts making its way, just dashing towards you guys. I'm pretty sure from down here. Okay, yeah, absolutely can clear that distance and is going to get up within this kind of 60-foot range of you guys. And as her form rears back towards both of you, antlers just completely casting a shadow across this entire room of clothes and just horrible bodies and such. There's a bright light that kind of flashes from the interior that glints off of some armor deep within this corrupted form and body. And that is when Deus takes her hand and casts it out forward. And instead of telekinesis, there is a horrible sensation in the air. Something wild, uncontrolled, changed, an umbral thing twisting inward and out as her head rears backward, and she just lets out this cackle of acceptance. Now that you've accepted her, now that you've accepted your form, she is going to allow herself to wild magic surge. And as you start to see this telekinesis spiraling inside of her hand, Satari's form actually flinches for a second, and you see within this beast, within its body language, something inside of it contorts in fear. As a voice inside your head goes, "What a shame. I thought you would have known better than to let sickness spread." And that is when the wild magic surge is going to let out, and you see lightning crack from her hand as this horrible bolt and torrent of electricity is going to strike into Satari's form. Up to 3 creatures within 30 feet take 4d10 lightning damage. There is technically only 1 creature she wants to hit here. And therefore, the other lightning bolts just kind of go off as like a protective shield in front of both of you. They right in front of you, just making a perfect kind of cover that blinds the body as Satari's form writhes back with a and finally another lightning bolt is going to shoot forward as she takes her hands and slides them forward with a cackle as Deus throws her head back, and a wild smile grows across her. The banging electric noise that rings out through the room is deafening. But God, is it melodic? There's a second where you feel like you should be able to recognize this burst, like you've seen it before, but what's so strange about this release of power next to you is that you understand that this release was not the same as whatever was unleashed in the bathroom that day back in school. That torrential light is not here. This is a broken melody. This is not that. The light begins to fade. Satari's form is pushed backward as electricity just courses up her body and starts to reflect off of all of the metal armor that has been just completely tearing through her body and charring up her systems in a horrible miasma as she is twitching and moving like Frankenstein being reanimated back to life, like a frog on its deathbed being twitched without meaning, without purpose. Callie, it's your turn.
I think just mentally, I don't know if Zabalda is still there actively, but even if it isn't, she just like thinks to herself, "You picked your battles already. Give me the liberty of picking mine." And I think what she's gonna do is, I still have that concentration on that fucking, on the fucking
water.
control water.
Yeah.
And so, how far away is the lift in question?
It is like right where the hands and such are, so 30 feet away.
Okay. Because I can... it doesn't make a lot of difference, because I can flood the area. I can raise the water level by 20 feet. I don't know if that really helps.
I think you could make the water come and like grab her back, honestly.
Yeah,
I think you could
that's
do that.
what I would like it to do.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
I would love that.
So as you clap your hands together after making this statement of defiance, a great miasma of water is going to rise up behind the still shocking and sparking Satari, and you send it forward to round her back, and you take her by the horns and rear her head backwards and start pulling her form just as the liquid behind is just covered in the amazing glow of your brilliant arms. That sheen, that lichen, controls it like a puppet on strings. And her form is dragged back with a horrible... So, with that in mind, she is dragged out of the equation. And there is just a lift behind you.
Let's go. Let's go now.
She grabs onto your arm, smiling, giggling still. And you two both make your way onto the lift. Forms hanging off of each other, you ascend back into the city of the Luminary.
That was pretty cool. Are you okay? Are you hurt?
A little. But I'm okay. Are you hurt?
I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Yeah, and like, Callie does have cure wounds that I'm not sure if this is fully... Like, I guess I'm asking if she took any previous damage other than the 11?
Just the 11.
She did. Okay,
just the 11. Just the 11.
Okay, then I'll hold off on that for now, then. Because I don't have a whole lot of spell slots to go around. Yeah. Oh. Thank you. Thank you for that.
They think I'm too sick for the body. I can never do anything right. But I guess I did. Did I?
Yeah. I think you did.
Do I get my first gold star on the board?
Maybe not on their board, but on mine. The body is... I can't claim that I fully understand the situation, but I don't think that you need to be a part of it. I'd quite like it if you stayed here with me.
I don't think the others will understand. They don't.
Which others? The body?
The world.
The world usually doesn't. I'm sorry it doesn't. But that doesn't mean that you're not allowed to still exist.
It's just not safe. People like me. For failures. For people with a bunch of demerits on the board because we can't do it right.
I don't think you're a failure. We're not in school anymore. That system made sense that it was harsh. But the world we live in now just is very dangerous. I don't think anybody is safe. But that doesn't mean that you don't have to live by those rules anymore. I don't think it matters. And it's confusing, and it's scary, and it's hard to know what you're supposed to be doing, but the way I see it is there's no merit board. What's going on here is that we are in a very dangerous situation, and either you can be alive, or you can be dead, or you can be somewhere a little in between. That's where I am. You're alive, Deus. That is the only merit that matters.
Even if I'm alive and wrong.
It doesn't matter if you're wrong. just that you're alive. And who even says you're wrong?
You're right, nothing is same as it was anymore, is it? It's all different, it's all survival now, it's not silly school.
Yeah.
But something did still survive past everything else changing. That isn't just me.
Mm-hmm.
Fear survived.
Right.
And I am feared.
By who?
As the lift creaks to a stop, you find yourself inside the walls of a strange building, the cobbled together interior of one of the buildings of the Luminary City. And in the distance, your ear kind of twitches a little. And you hear the sound of many footsteps approaching. Cautiously, subtly. A group. None of them limping in the sense that you get that they're a number of creatures, perhaps, but rather they're familiar to you. You've only been alive a couple of hours, but you think that you can pick up on the gait of the nearby party.
That's them.
Yeah.
Do you want to stay here?
Can't. All that matters is I stay alive, right?
Yes.
The rest of the world wants people like me dead. And dead.
Right. I don't think they think that, but I don't blame you for thinking that either.
You do.
Will you be safe wherever you go?
Yeah.
Okay. And can I see you later?
Yeah.
Can I give you a hug, Deus?
Can.
She pulls her into a big hug.
If you're really you.
And I know we're past it all and school is over, but they always blame me for it. I didn't make that explosion.
Yeah.
She lets go of you from the hug and runs. We're gonna end this session off here.
Wow. Oh, huge. Oh my god.
Huge! Big!
Oh.
Big!
Win.
Huge even. Win! Let's do some closing remarks, shall we? Alright.
Yes.
What is one thing I learned? You can roll so many nat 1s and nat 20s, just back to back to back to back. That's nuts. That's
I don't
fucking
know what
wild.
the fuck that was. That was horrible. I think
it-
3 of each.
Honestly, it's hard to do roleplay mode. I mean, yeah, just
It's
I
just
guess,
me.
Yeah, just give your thoughts. Just give your thoughts. It's your turn. Go. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I learned that Deus Days, my beloved. Oh, I really love how you interpreted her. Oh, that's so exciting. I love her. Oh, Days.
More Yuri!
Yuri, I also learned that Satari's here and not in the Far Realm anymore. That's not good.
It's basically the Far Realm. It's basically the Far Realm.
Yeah, go back in there. We don't want you here.
Ah.
Get out of here.
The moose.
Choose a different plane next time.
The moose is loose. What can I say?
Like, secure the moose. I don't like it.
Just moosing around. What can I say?
Yeah, I guess the age-old debate of bear versus moose. Against this moose, the moose fucking wins, but the bear can run really fast. So,
and the bear has the help of fucking wild magic sorcerer.
That too. Well, man, the moose has help of a polearm. They don't normally have that.
I wonder why the wild magic sorcerer would not be flourishing in wizard school.
I wonder why. It's this is what?
Whoa!
What does it all mean? I love her. I loved this. Oh my god, this was so fun.
Well, thank you guys.
She's so sweet. I love her.
The first scene I saw, like, everyone in chat just going like, fuck this kid, hate this motherfucker, she's so mean and nasty, and now I see you all changing your tunes. It's like character development can happen, and that petty squabbles of children are just because of exterior... Kids! Tune in soon for the next session of The Cursed Ones. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye!